We're gaming. We're gaming. Okay, go live. Go live. Yep. Okay, we're gaming. We're gaming. My mic is in a very awkward position, so let me fix that. Okay. There we go. I should be good. Now I just have to fix my Discord audio. Hello? Nope, cannot hear you at all. Can you type in chat if you can hear me? Okay, so it is on my end. I see how it is. Slight problem. I cannot hear A at the moment. I just can't. It is simply unfeasible. Have you tried leaving the call and rejoin? That's a good point. Okay. Try speaking now. Nope. Nope. Still can't hear you. That's awkward. Let's try and get the window capture right at least. Welsh. Let's go to we saw. Let's go to, actually, we should probably go to AUL Read Aloud group. Go in, where's the drop-off point? Here. Okay. There we go, World War IV. We're officially at, the area. Okay, time to actually fix Discord. The Discord audio.
I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, no. You cannot, because I just started hearing you.
Man, fuck you.
Ah, trolled. Trolled what dastardly, nefarious things were going to be said. Who knows?
I was just gonna call you a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm raising your volume up a little bit. Speak again?
Nah, I'm good.
There we go. That's probably fine.
Hopefully. We gaming?
We are, in fact, gaming, I would say.
That's good.
I just want to check a few other things, perchance.
For sure.
Alright, well, I go off and hold on. Okay, well, I go off and do something real quick. Hey, why don't you explain to the chat what's going on? Actually, never mind. There's an elastic. I'm not going to explain why I have one. I'm not going to explain this at all. Just, there is an elastic.
All right, so basically, for those of you...
Yes, please explain this.
For those of you who have never seen this series before, this started out as me and Basai and other friends just having fun making joke episodes for this series some of us used to watch called Among Us Logic. And
by Game Tunes, yeah.
It has since devolved into World War IV, which is being fought between a black metal band known as Carcass Fucker.
No, they actually got defeated at this point. It's the next followers of the Gore Slurper who are doing this.
they're fighting a bunch of theocrats known as the Gore Slurperists, who worship this unknown entity known simply as the Gore Slurper. No one has seen them.
The Gore Slurper is so fucked up that Satanists and Christians have canonically teamed up against them.
Yeah. And basically everything is kind of going to shit.
Yeah, it really is. It just evolved into a completely different storyline. Unrecognizable from what it was before.
Yeah,
completely.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on here.
We barely recognize our own story.
Oh my god.
It's honestly we barely recognize our own story. It's that crazy.
Okay,
let me just repost the link and then double post it onto the server. I hope everyone's fine with another fucking ping. I should have just kept it to the one, but whatever.
Who pings who?
True.
Wait, well, Bubba posted a crash gift, so I'm not checking that.
Trolled. Time to get on with this. Right,
Do you
so
want me to start?
Yeah, because you have the line, I think.
Okay. So I'm just gonna read a little backwards, so like there's actual context. For this.
Right.
Yeah.
So the GPC is a global security alliance that was formed after the Carcass Wars, which were fought between Carcass fuckers territory, Carcass land, and the rest of the world, with a couple random countries siding with Carcass land. Random countries like the United States of America, for instance. And they formed after Carcass land was defeated, and the NGP were a bunch of nationalist countries that split off from them, but they're not Gore Slurperist. And the Gore Slurperists are the Gore Slurperists, and there's now a three-way war going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Great, isn't it?
So, it happened because the Nordic Union, which is basically all the Nordic countries, got assaulted by a bunch of gore worms, which are types of Gore Slurperists that are bobbit worms that follow the Gore Slurper. Yeah. And the gore worms invaded, and then tensions arose between the NGP and GPC because the NGP wanted to take advantage of it. And also the GPC was mandating like troops be sent, and the NGP was like, fuck you, no. And then the conflict started, and now shit's really hitting the fan, as one might say.
Yeah. You
Thus begins World War IV. I think that's all the context we need, considering the last streams anyway. I mean, if you haven't listened to the last streams, you're not gonna understand this at all, even if we try to explain it.
You're not missing much.
Just go and rewatch the last streams, or don't if you have, or don't if you have good, better uses of your time, which you probably do.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Anyway, the fifth law of motion suddenly kicks in, causing many soldiers on both sides to uncontrollably ascend into the sun.
For context, the fifth law of motion is that randomly anyone can be subjected to the fourth law of motion whenever it's funny enough.
Yeah. The GPC is weakened as thousands of their soldiers have been killed in the Gore-Worm Nordic War.
The death toll is up to tens of thousands already just from the sun deaths. The sun is tried for war crimes, but is acquitted on the grounds of it not being sentient.
The GAC agents begin assassinating important Russian figures under the guise of GPC assassins. The normal replacements for
I should probably explain this. The GAC is just the Gore Slurperist Alliance. Or it's a Gore Slurperist organization that is allied with the Gore Worms, I think. And some other countries. Whatever.
Right. The normal replacements for said figures are also killed in GPC bombings, allowing the agents to advance further up the chain.
Sabatov, knowing that something fishy is going on, surrounds himself with absolute loyalists at all times. I think Sabatov is the leader of nationalist Russia, and subjects various politicians in his country to routine examinations. He knows someone is trying to infiltrate Russia, but he doesn't know it's the GAC.
GAC activity slows down a bit while this policy is in place.
Meanwhile, Finland falls apart within months and is annexed into the new Russian Empire, presumably because it's being attacked from, like, two sides. The Gore Slurperist Shrine allows this for now and turns its attention back to Sweden.
It decides to
I don't
stay
know
in
what the
Norway
fuck Gamma is talking about in this message.
Me neither. I don't know.
I have to assume it's Undertale.
Probably, hopefully. I mean, it better be.
True.
It decides to stay in Norway while bombarding Sweden from afar.
Referring to the shrine.
Sweden manages to get away overseas.
The Nordic Union no longer has any control over Sweden and is pretty much just in Denmark now. The entire country is just Denmark.
Right. The shrine heads for Denmark.
The Nordic Union's government collapses, and Denmark is occupied by German troops for protection, which is definitely a twist. Normally, Denmark being occupied by German troops would be categorically bad. But this is good guy Germany now, not the bad one.
Yeah. Not the other one.
Alliance between the NGP and Rump. Oh yeah, I guess that was a thing that was going to happen.
Sorry.
Or not.
I don't know. The Gore Worms enter Denmark to kill all the German soldiers and occupy the country.
Fortunately, the Germans are able to slow down the Gore Worms at first by using their ultimate weapons. Their ultimate weapon, which is terrible quality. Sorry, comedy, I mean.
Quality?
What? I don't know why I read that like that. German troops make jokes so bad that many of the Gore Worms desert the invasion.
The remaining Gore Worms make even worse jokes, causing Germans to similarly desert.
Hold on, real quick. Can I just check my the audio quality of the stream?
The remaining Gore Worms make even worse jokes, causing Germans to similarly desert.
Hold on, real quick. Can I just check my the audio quality of the stream? I feel like my mic might be a bit too loud. I don't know why that is.
I think it's fine.
No, it seems normal to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's because my computer volume is higher than usual. That's probably why. If I had to guess.
Possibly.
Okay, I fixed that. As for the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Still, the invasion slows down somewhat for a time. Meanwhile, Japan starts a series of naval invasions in Korea, which are only moderately successful as Korea's military is fairly strong in its own right, and it's also backed by China. To be clear, this is the bad Japan. The NGP quickly realizes, well, not that bad Japan, but it is a bad Japan. They went nationalist.
It's still war crimes, Japan.
Yeah. The NGP quickly realizes they need more allies. As such, Sean Marshall personally reaches out to Rumpleland and proposes an alliance, as they are against Jesus Land, which is part of the GPC, and have ambitions of power and conquest themselves. John Rumple says he'll think about it. Sean returns to Stellafolium and continues drafting war plans.
Meanwhile, the Gore Worms go back to their roots by burrowing underground and snatching up Germans from below. The Germans, in retaliation, start firing terrible jokes at the ground with enough velocity to launch themselves into the air.
As you do. This results in dozens of Germans being propelled by the blowback so far they end up flying into the sun.
Investigators find out that they were enacting the fourth law of motion on their own.
As you do. Meanwhile, although the Nordic Union's government has collapsed, everyone forgot to shut down the government Twitter account or fire the intern running it. The intern, having long since fled the country, is now constantly shitposting on the official account to make fun of the NGP. That's such a funny mental image. I forgot I had that in there.
That is such a Chad move, to be honest.
Memers start jokingly shipping the intern running the Nordic Union's Twitter with the intern running the Norm of the North Twitter. Using the official account, the intern running the Nordic Union's Twitter simply says no. Twitter becomes a bobby worm. This company policy is widely unpopular and is quickly reversed. As it turns out, Twitter users don't enjoy seeing an image of a bobbit worm take up their entire screen whenever they open the site. Wrong, it wasn't a bobbit worm, it was a bobby worm. They don't like seeing a bobby worm either. For some reason, Gamma doesn't get clubbed for bad formatting. Bobby worms are cuter bobbit worms.
I don't know.
Correction, they like seeing bobby worms. They don't want the entirety of Twitter to be one, though. No, they're earthworms that dress and act like stereotypical British police officers. The Twitter executives and admins decide to compromise by restoring Twitter to its normal state, but using the algorithm to constantly promote images of bobby worms. For good measure, they also promote other images of animals commonly regarded as cute, such as certain breeds of dogs and cats. Scientists are stumped by the eternal riddle of why people find bobby worms so cute. Meanwhile, one particular Twitter employee gets fired after sneaking in code that promotes images of anglerfish instead, pissing off thousands of users before the code is removed.
The employees sue Twitter for not defining the word cute. Billy Mitchell's footsteps can be heard from miles away.
I like how the employee just sued Twitter before Twitter even did anything to them in response.
Yeah.
It doesn't even say they were fired. Somehow, this results in Twitter losing billions of dollars, causing this particular employee to become the latest billionaire.
This is so Elon Musk core.
In an amusing parallel, the GameToons writer who wrote this gag is fired for scaring Lobato, who has a crippling fear of anglerfish. And because the writer is in fact me, Jack Hamaker overrules GameToons' decision and rehires him because he's too important to fire.
GameToons shows Jack pictures of the fabled cotton candy lobster.
Jack immediately runs for his life. However, GameToons forgets that he's blind due to his eyes having turned into bobbit worms earlier, so he didn't actually see anything. He just pretended to be scared. GameToons is very surprised to see the fired writer still come into work the next day.
GameToons refires them.
This time, because he, for unknown reasons, came to work dressed as a nutcracker, and Lobato is also terrified of those. This is true, I did that. I came into work in a nutcracker outfit.
Oh my god. Dude, I remember throwing together an image of an anglerfish dressed up as a nutcracker and posting it in the discussions channel.
Amazing. The writer files a lawsuit against GameToons for wrongful termination, explaining that he had no prior idea that Lobato was terrified of either anglerfish or nutcrackers, and therefore should not be punished, as if he had deliberately traumatized his fellow writer. He claims he'll drop the lawsuit and retcon the anglerfish gag from the story if he's rehired. Hamaker Industries' HR department tells GameToons that he should just be rehired and warned about the fears of his fellow writer so nothing like this happens again. These terms are reluctantly agreed to after an unnecessarily long trial where various people make false testimonies for incredibly arbitrary reasons.
Also made unnecessarily long by Billy Mitchell somehow sneaking his way into the court to file more lawsuits, which causes the his original suit to be held.
At some point during the wrongful termination trial, a random dude named Kevin walks in and testifies that Lobato killed his entire family while in a dreamlike trance. The judge just looks at him and says, "This is a wrongful termination trial." An important clarification, it wasn't the regular Billy Mitchell who held up the trial, it was Long Mitchell, whoever that is.
Apparently.
Kevin's testimony is disregarded in any case, as there's no evidence to prove what he said. One of the writing assistants on AUL, John Pencil, turns to Lobato and says, "That's all bullshit, right?" And Lobato responds with, "Probably." John Pencil then says, "Probably?" And then Lovato says, well, people don't typically remember what they do when they're in a dreamlike trance. Fair point, John Pencil says. Shortly thereafter, the lawsuit is wrapped up and the fired writer is now rehired. Due to the agreed-upon terms, the Anglerfish Code has now been retconned to the Man-Made Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension Code.
A new wave of Twitter trolls with anglerfish profile pictures spawn.
It's just the fucking UTTP. It's just the UTTP, but with anglerfish profile pictures.
Meanwhile, the Goreworms have managed to push back the Germans and now occupy half of Denmark.
Milo Delacroix crows begin exiting their 17 million year-long goth phases and adapting a blonde look, whatever that means.
Their shit also turns yellow somehow.
Conversely, their piss turns brown.
Murder rates across the globe spike due to this.
No one really knows why. They just do. The crows were just accused of somehow being responsible because of the correlation. Various countries declare all crows to be criminals who must be killed on sight.
Crows worldwide convert to gore slurperism and retreat to a random uncolonized Indonesian island and form the Democratic Gore Slurpers Crow Federation.
Germany is the first country to explicitly ban the automatic killing of crows and calls various other countries idiots for thinking this was a good idea. John Ohio is enraged, having planned to add the uncolonized Indonesian islands to Ohio 3 before this happened. He decides to start enforcing anti-crow laws out of spite.
The DGCF promptly begins construction of a Gore Slurpers shrine using all the flora and fauna of the islands.
Naturally, all crows killed by Ohio 3 are used to create Mark II ice golems. Eventually, the GPC issues an order for all its member states to ban the auto-killing of crows. Scotland, Wales, and Ireland are the second, third, and fourth, respectively, to do so.
More crows begin migrating to the DGCF, knowing they're less likely to be shot down in the process if they go through those countries.
A couple ravens also joined the DGCF out of confusion. China and Korea follow suit with the crow-killing ban. England's parliament debates on whether or not to comply.
The ravens are used as sacrifices to complete the shrine.
No rooks make this mistake, as they are all very smart from all the chess they play.
Naturally.
Whatever the fuck that even means in this context.
A rook is a type of birds.
Oh. Obviously, the NGP nations continue allowing crow killing to occur.
Meanwhile, the bobbit worms offer a deal to get permission to build raves under Latvia and Estonia.
Just casually building raves while World War IV is going on.
Yeah.
H-Bomber Guy releases a 5-hour-long video essay explaining how I didn't even realize how accurate this was gonna be. This was like almost a year and before plagiarism in YouTube came out.
Oh god.
Which isn't 5 hours long, but it is 4 hours long, which is close enough. H-Bomber Guy releases a 5-hour-long video essay explaining how the hasty decision of various world governments to declare crows as criminals and order for their deaths led many of them to pursue gore slurperism out of desperation, and further strengthen one of the world's greatest threats. This finally encourages England to do the right thing and join the aforementioned countries in banning crow killing.
The bobbit worms declare that crow killing is banned in their lands.
Intermarium also extends this to all of its territory. The government also agrees to the rave expansion deal in the middle of the fucking war. At this point, half of Intermarium's economy is based on the perpetuation of this rave.
Damn. The bobbit worms have become stupidly rich due to the sheer amounts of revenue from their rave.
The area around the Intermarium has become strictly off-limits for Ohio 3 because they cannot risk all the untold destruction that would be caused by the tentacle demon island impulsively dancing upon hearing the sick beats. Los Pollos Hermanos and the Bobbit Worms are now competing for the spot as the wealthiest nation on Earth. Various attempts have been made for Mike Ehrmantraut to shut down the rave, but not even he is immune to the immaculate vibes.
That and the growing Bobbit security agency.
Gus Fring decides to try another strategy and reaches out to the Bobbit Worms, inviting them to build another rave in the New Mexico desert and offer them plenty of 3805's ice meth in exchange.
The Bobbit Worms accept this deal.
Wait, hold on a second.
The Bobbit Worms... Yeah.
I've run into a sudden issue.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. I'm just gonna go do something real quick.
Okay, do you want me to read?
I can't scroll while I'm doing this, so...
Okay.
Hold on a second.
I'm just gonna continue my Advanced Wars by web matches.
Okay, good news is I can easily solve the problem.
Can you?
Yes, I can. Actually,
Okay.
is that gonna work? Give me a minute.
Yep.
Basically, I have the screen zoomed in to make it optimized for viewing, and I'm using elastics to indicate when the screen actually drops off on OBS so that I don't accidentally read lines when they're not on screen. And the elastic seems to have just snapped, so that's amazing.
I see.
So I have a different elastic, but I don't think... I have a feeling it's not going to fit. Actually, no, no, it's good. It's also a way tougher one. Okay. So it should be right under the Bobbit Worms accept the deal, which is,
both nations.
Okay, I'm just positioning the elastic properly. There's probably a way more optimized way of doing this, but I haven't cared to figure it out. So, there you go.
I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah, who fucking cares? It's irrelevant. Real ones just let problems happen and never deal with them properly besides Band-Aid solutions.
That's the Elon Musk solution.
True. Democratic Party of the United States solution when dealing with Republicans.
True.
Okay. Both nations end up profiting from the Bobbit Worm, Los Pollos Hermanos deal.
Meanwhile, GAC agents in Russia have managed to replace some political figures. None of them are particularly important, but, their plans are further nonetheless.
Heavy TF2 figures this out and attempts to warn his fellow Russians that, I see spy! But everyone assumes this is just a funny reference and doesn't take him seriously. A GAC agent manages to sneak their way into the position of Secretary of Superficial Affairs, not realizing this was just a meaningless position the Russian leader, Nikolai Sabatov, made specifically for his incompetent younger brother, Alexei, to make him feel better.
Damn. The agent accidentally misdocuments several superficial affairs, causing protests over mishandling of said superficial affairs.
Right as Nikolai tries to fix this error and appoint Alexei as the Secretary of Superficial Affairs instead of this other random guy who took the position, Alexei resigns from politics and releases a public statement claiming that politics fucked his wife and that's why he's resigning. Somehow.
Shit. Among the protesters are several orators who began to rile the protesters, turning them violent.
Nikolai rallies thousands of loyalists who put up posters around the city streets with the slogan, Thog don't care, in response to the protesters.
The protesters traveled to St. Petersburg and throw bricks at the Capitol.
This public statement from Alexei about politics fucking his wife takes the form of a broadcast that is sent to every television screen in Russia, while a secret Russian superweapon known as the Super Laser Piss is used to blow up half of the moon in one last act of defiance. Fun fact, I don't know if the moon was ever fixed after that. I think it might still just be half broken.
Who cares?
Also, the moon is a sentient character.
To be honest.
Unfortunately, the protesters are not taken seriously at all because they somehow don't even know what Russia's capital is, because it says they go to St. Petersburg and throw bricks at the capital. The capital is Moscow.
Moscow to do the same thing.
The phrase, "I've got a little announcement to make, politics is a bitch-ass motherfucker," goes down in infamy. The protesters going to Moscow only happens after a random St. Petersburg citizen says, the capital is Moscow, actually, and then they awkwardly walk all the way over to Moscow and repeat their protest.
They throw bricks at the capital of Moscow. The orators stand at the back and keep riling them up.
I'm just laughing at the mental image of, like, an entire army of protesters just, like, awkwardly walking in between cities because they got the capital wrong.
You know that one meme where it's like... You know that one meme where it's like me when I put my plants in the wrong lane and then a bunch of people are... It's like a bunch of people, like, walking past.
True.
I think it's the White House. I don't know. Like walking
So
through one of
true.
the hallways and it just plays zombies music.
True. Several anti-war protester groups come out and tell the GAC-backed protesters to shut the fuck up because they're making all protesters look stupid.
The GAC protesters say no and start throwing Molotov cocktails at the Capitol.
A few protesters throw tomato sauce at the priceless art piece, bold and brash. I don't know what that is, but whatever. They claim that the painting belongs in the trash, sparking international outrage. Amazing.
It's a SpongeBob reference.
So Glass Onion core.
Even fewer use illegally obtained PKM machine guns to fire at the Capitol.
I don't even want to know what those are. At this point, the Russian military is called in to restore order, as this is no longer a protest but a violent insurrection. Someone spots the Gore Slurperist insignia somewhere in one of the GAC-backed riots and takes a picture. And it isn't long before the Russian government starts a propaganda campaign based on this one image, claiming all the anti-war protesters are actually just Gore Slurperists who want to destroy Russian society and uproot Christian values. The Cockman returns just kind of randomly on the side. That's not relevant.
The Cockman returns. The military, however, has fallen into the GAC trap. Beer kegs full of nitroglycerin are rolled from the roofs of nearby buildings, blowing up the soldiers, and probably the buildings too, and most of the protesters for that matter. The people who rolled the kegs then flee into the sewers along with the orators.
As soon as reinforcements arrive, Moscow is put under martial law.
The protesters without leadership are soon quelled.
That only applies to GAC-backed protesters, as the general anti-war protesters are still going strong.
Fake clues are found in the streets of Moscow pointing to a Bolshevik knockoff socialist group.
Somehow, the government falls for this. Sabatov begins personally running a propaganda campaign where he says Gore Slurperism is just the true final form of socialism. Somehow.
Actually, intelligent people ratio him on Twitter.
None of Sabatov's reasoning makes any sense, but he speaks very loudly, so his fans call him an intellectual.
Damn.
Vladimir Lenin personally rises from the dead and walks out of his casket just to tell Sabatov he's a fucking idiot.
Several GAC orators go on Twitter and accuse soldiers of being Gore Slurpers due to their willingness to fight people. This leads to even more anti-war protests.
The police are also hit with gore slurperism allegations. This causes the Russian police to become confused, and as a result, many officers start arresting each other.
Then kill themselves due to willingly fighting others and thus being gore slurpers, severely weakening the police force.
Nikolai Sabatov attempts to combat this crisis by introducing standardized tests for all soldiers and police officers to make sure they aren't gore slurperists. Randomly low-tier god shows up and shoots lightning out of his eyes. This causes a random person elsewhere in the world to suddenly kill themselves.
In response to Sabatov's attempt to combat the crisis, this helps very little, and the intense fear of gore slurperism grows due to its institutionalized prevention.
The government starts holding meetings to draft a clear set of rules for what a gore slurperist actually is. Gore slurperism version 2.0 arises, with the only difference being that it is immune to the tests, whatever that means.
Several attendees eat rusty hammers so they don't accidentally become gore slurpers. The GAC begins committing atrocities outside of Russia, furthering the intense fear.
The government ultimately defines a gore slurperist as someone who performs violence in the name of the gore slurper, not someone who performs violence in general. I feel like that should have been really obvious. Sabatov forms various committees of judges to personally rule on every case of someone being accused of gore slurperist violence. I'm sure that those judges are going to have a very busy next couple of years.
Yeah. You know.
Heavy TF2 points out that violence is already a crime anyway, even when it's not in the name of the gore slurper.
The citizens of poor areas with little education begin killing each other for fear of their peers being gore slurperists.
The liaison between the government and Heavy, because apparently they need a personal liaison for the government and Heavy, responds by saying, think of gore slurperist violence as violence premium. Heavy asks why this distinction even matters. IDK. The liaison then leaves. Someone corrects them. It's more like violence 2 premium. It's way more fucked up.
Anti-gore slurperist sentiment grows to feverish heights to the point where people are beaten in the streets on the vague suspicion of possibly being gore slurperists.
Police brutality increases nationwide based on gore slurperist suspicions.
Clues include wearing any amount of, in response to anti-gore slurperist sentiment growing, clues include wearing any amount of black clothing, being unusually pale, and being strong.
This event becomes known as the Black Scare. The police also target ethnic minorities in Russia, even when they don't usually align with what people expect gore slurperists to look like. Their excuse is that some of the ethnic minorities are wearing black skin. I guess that's technically true. Well, not really. I can see why that would be true as their fucked up excuse.
Oh god, dude.
Some protesters rise up and say, "Are you sure you're not using this as an excuse to go after people you deem as inferior?"
People with capital T's on their clothing are being as well due to it somewhat resembling a common gore slurper symbol.
Anyone who questions the police or their motives is viciously attacked for sympathizing with gore slurperists.
Oh shit, man.
This is literally just Red Scare America.
Yeah.
This isn't actually that big a deal since T isn't a letter in the Russian alphabet.
People with black hair are archivists.
Newly revived. I'm good, I have blonde hair. Newly revived Vladimir Lenin, who has aligned himself with the anti-war protesters, calls Sabatov a big fucking baby and releases a diss track against him.
Vladimir Lenin.
Guest starring Kendrick Lamar.
Holy shit.
I added that bit. That wasn't there originally.
Vladimir beaten for being a gore slurper.
This backfires because a lot of people actually like him. The protests grow in numbers. Lennon's diss track becomes one of the most famous in diss track history, joining the ranks of Yankee Doodle Dandy and You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. All of Carcass Fucker's rival bands come back to life, just to create a massive diss track against gore slurperism.
Carcass Fucker comes back to life to make a diss track about the diss track. They immediately re-die.
Murder Fist wonders what the fuck just happened as he awakes from a trance-like state. Carcass Fucker's rival bands don't actually need to come back to life to do this, seeing as they never died in the first place. Except for Chuckle Nuts, because Scout TF2 died in a tragic scooter accident. Meanwhile, Lennon breaks himself out of the cell he's being held in by the Russian police by somehow manifesting a giant golden hammer and sickle and going on a massacre.
Everyone gets a golden hammer and sickle. Prisoners start duking it out battle royale style. Personally,
Even
battle
the
royale
mashed
style.
True. Even the mashed potatoes being served in the cafeteria join the fight. As Russian stability continues to dwindle, Chinese forces begin to invade Siberia from the east. Japan tries to keep China and Korea distracted for the time being with some naval invasions, but with only mild success. The rival bands make a diss track of Carcass Fucker's own diss track against the diss track. Ohio 3 steals a large chunk of Russia. Russia decides to ignore this, as the chunk was just some Siberian wilderness. John Ohio immediately makes use of the trees, as he's acquired by creating tree golems. He is also greatly enthused at the opportunity to try making Mark II ice golems from bears.
Carcass Fucker in response to the rival bands making a diss track, Carcass Fucker revives to diss the diss track. The new French crows decide to make the fights more entertaining by raining shit upon both sides.
Kanye West gets on the stage and tells everyone to shut the fuck up, hyping up his own diss track against every band in sight. After Carcass Fucker re-dies, Murderfist begins to question his reality. But anyway, back to Kanye. Instead of successfully dissing anyone, though, he just starts rapping about how much he loves Hitler and sees him as a valuable human being. After a couple minutes of this, Kanye is escorted off the stage.
The ghost of Adolf Hitler starts dragging him into the ground.
This goes on for all eternity with the rival bands and Carcass Fucker recursively making diss tracks of each other, I guess. Satan decides to drag Carcass Fucker back to hell, but gives him a permit to write cross-dimensional diss tracks so they don't have to continuously undie and re-die.
In response to the shit rain, this adds a new layer of depth to naval combat.
The Japanese...
I guess you have to dodge I guess you have to dodge depth charges now.
True. The Japanese leader Yoshikuni Sozan declares that all crows are to be shot on sight. Russian troops struggle against Intermarium troops for dominance in the European front. Meanwhile, Iberia builds up its army as it has no current land borders to worry about, as does Stellifolium.
The Gorworms continue fighting the Germans in Denmark with the help of their shrine. They manage to push back the Germans with their worst nightmare: shotguns. Japanese crows become the equivalent of Echian crows from All in a Day's Work. They start airlifting tanks and dropping them directly on top of soldiers.
Don't ask what All in a Day's Work is. That's a whole other beast.
The DGCF begins fighting the government via hit-and-run tactics.
The Indonesian government pledges to ban crow killing if the DGCF stops. I guess they never did that, despite the GPC ordering it ages ago.
The crows start airlifting Indonesia.
They start off with the smaller islands.
Somehow, the islands stay in the air when they're let go.
They operate on
As it turns
Minecraft
out-
logic.
As it turns out, Science Premium is in the middle of releasing a patch.
The Indonesian government makes the same offer again.
The DGCF responds with something in a gore sorber style, like it starts throwing javelins at Indonesian officials.
Indonesia accepts that there's no reasoning with these crows and declares total war. They don't just declare war, they declare total war.
Total war. The DGCF If crows begin to be mutated by their gore slurper worship, growing larger, stronger, and more agile.
The crows in Japan decide to start working out in order to compete with them.
The gore crows grow larger claws for more effective goring of soldiers. The new French crows, on the other hand, evolving to essentially become aircrafts, developing jet engines and bomb compartments.
This is what creationists think evolutionists believe.
True.
I actually listened to a debate recently between this YouTuber called Professor Dave Explains, who does a lot of debunking content, and a creationist named Kent Hovind,
Right.
and it was just 2 hours of Kent Hovind being like, you can't create a fucking car from a protista, and Dave desperately trying to explain how like natural selection works over millions of years, and Kent was just doing the same fucking deflection over and over again. It was so bad. It was embarrassing, but it was really funny. Milo Delacroix is slowly, gradually developing the most powerful air force in the world.
The gore crows gain the ability to spit molten uranium, as one does.
Why
Several
not?
new species of are created in new France, including battle croakers, criters, and crombers. Certain gore crows turn into essentially just circular saws with wings. Also among the lineup are cotton candy crows, whose goal is to trick enemies into thinking they're actually lobsters and thus scaring the shit out of them.
As you
Using
do.
their mutations, the gore crows managed to take a good chunk of Indonesia. Some new French and Japanese crows assist in the attack. With the assistance, Indonesia is conquered, and also bordering Earth's mesosphere due to constant airlifting.
The GPC panics upon seeing an entire nation fall to the crows.
The gore crows go on to attack the rest of Southeast Asia.
Japan uses this as an opportunity to launch a widely successful naval invasion of the Philippines. GPC warplanes are sent to take out various gore crows, but a bunch of seagulls decided it would be really funny if they killed themselves while clogging up the engines of those planes.
The gore crows are also much more maneuverable than the planes.
Robots are sent in after the planes fail. This is more effective, but it only slows down the gore crows somewhat.
Gore crows with drills for heads are sent to puncture the robots' engines and take them down.
Meanwhile, in Europe, this is some fucking Chainsaw Man's shit. Meanwhile, in Europe, Russian oligarchs tried to bribe the bobbit worms into backstabbing Intermarium.
The bobbit worms ask what possible reason they would have to say yes to this.
The Russian oligarchs suggest money. They don't realize the bobbit worms are already obscenely rich.
The bobbit worms reply that they're already stupidly wealthy, and Intermarium is one of their main sources of income.
The Russian oligarchs respond with a meme depicting Intermarium as a soy jack and Russia as a Chad as a counter-argument.
The bobbit worms say that even if they did decide to betray Intermarium, they have no sizable military, and the costs would be high.
The Russian oligarchs give up and cut contact with the bobbit worms.
The worms then inform Intermariumese officials of Russia's attempted tomfoolery.
Intermarium responds by sending Russia a meme depicting Russia as a soy jack and Intermarium and the bobbit worms as Chads. This demoralizes the Russian army so much that Intermarium and the rest of the GPC troops, reinforcing it, are able to make some notable land advances into Russian territory.
Oh shit. This further increases the outrage of Russian citizens who accuse the GPC of being gore slurpers, despite the fact that it was formed to stop gore slurperism.
Divorced men in Russia start blaming gore slurperism for why their wives left them.
Women begin to be beaten with more frequency by the police.
The other NGP nations begin to voice concerns about the internal state of Russia.
One representative asks, Did you guys seriously just now notice this?
Sabatov insists to the other leaders through their video conference that everything will be fine, while a massive cathedral is burning to the ground behind him.
Oh my god, I remember this moment.
That was such an iconic line. I just love the mental image of just a national leader telling his allies that everything's fine while a fucking cathedral is just in flames behind him.
Various drones can be seen watching the fire in the background. Riots can also be seen throughout the streets. A brick flies past Savatov's face.
As a particular rioter runs up to Sabatov, he raises his gun to the side and shoots them without turning to look at them. Killing them instantly, while repeating to the other NGP leaders that everything is under control and they should focus on their parts of the war. Just fucking kills the guy right on the spot. Yeah, everything's going fine.
Jesus. The Japanese cross guilds giving them the ability to build their numbers underwater. The new French crows share instructions on how to instantly evolve, allowing the Japanese crows to evolve into various ships with large and muscular arms. Some of them, at least. The new French crows experience a genetic...
It's going to go after the whistleblowers. Fuck.
No,
the whistle crowers.
A sea of black.
Oh. Oh god.
Over
it's a shame that those two Boeing whistleblowers just randomly tripped and fell into pools of lava and then accidentally shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun 27 times. Truly tragic.
It's such a shame that those whistleblowers hit the gritty too hard and violently exploded, sending their giblets flying everywhere.
It really is. We gotta change the Boeing 747 in future Hunger Games sims to unaffiliated 747 to distance itself from the company after these controversies.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. Oh my god.
The Fair Crow Report.
Anyway.
Oh, you're not done. Okay.
A sea of black looms over new France.
I think you also forgot to read this line by LBP before that. Or
No,
I interrupted you.
Yeah, I read that line, don't worry.
Oh, okay. It is the shadow of new France, who has recently formed and is floating about, I guess. New
France settles down where Indonesia was.
The Boeing company sues Milo Delacroix for one of his crows committing copyright infringement.
Milo argues that they don't own the rights to the name crowing. Oh, Saul Good Crow states that Milo is not responsible for his underling's behavior, as stated in Section 34666X, Edict 84.63.35.21.8. That looks like an IP address of the Milo Delacroix underling agreement, which says Milo Delacroix is not responsible for any crow's behavior.
Boeing argues that the crowing part is fine on its own, but the 747 makes it clear that they are ripping off the Boeing 747.
Solid Good Crow replies that 747 means that it is the 747th Crow evolution and has no relation to the Boeing 747.
A mathematician named Evan Math comes to the stand and tells Boeing that they can't claim ownership of a number. It's a fucking ChatGPT-ass name for a character. It's unironically King Pumpkin tier.
Yeah. Evan Meth steps out of the shadows and tries to get everyone hooked on meth.
Evan Math apologizes as Evan Meth is his drug-addicted brother. John Math steps out of the woodwork, I guess.
Evan Piss emerges in addition to Evan Shit and Cum.
Evan Math explains that in his family, first and last names function oppositely for some reason. I don't know why.
Evan Bologna materializes, and so does Evan Genitalia. Evan Smegma initiates an Evan Battle Royal, as opposed to a Royale.
True. It's just the battle of a bunch of, like, monarchs.
Yeah.
Evan Haha disappears despite not having appeared. The judge kicks all the Evans except Evan Math out of the court.
This includes the judge, as the real name was actually Evan.
Evan Judge erases the judge from history. As a matter of fact, every member of the jury was also named Evan. The entire jury has to be replaced.
The courtroom was also named Evan.
Game Tunes becomes Evan Tunes. Although Jack Hamaker does veto this decision and returns the old name.
Due to ancient forgotten laws in the Universal Constitution, the court is also named Evan and has to be replaced.
Half of Jack Hamaker's employees have quit because they're named Evan and feel disrespected. Hamaker Industries starts to decline in net worth.
Net worth is renamed to Evanworth.
Jack Resorts. Evanworth sounds like a fucking YA paranormal romance novel name.
Yeah. Jack resorts to circulating Zoidjack memes on Twitter Elon Musk style to get people to stop bullying him. Evan Elliott comes back to mainstream media.
True. Hamaker TV is advertised more aggressively than before to recover profits. Rupert Court becomes Evan Court. Rupert is forcefully renamed to Evan, which I'm assuming just got undone off screen. Jack soon announces that all AUL fans can become super fans and will get special perks by paying yet another subscription completely disconnected from the Hamaker TV subscription. I guess, just because another one is so necessary. These perks include feeling special.
Wait, hang on. Blue check mark.
Jack doesn't even specify where the blue check mark appears. He just says that the fans will get it. Somehow.
Somehow.
Fans all over the world begin boycotting Hamaker Industries as they wake up to find that their genitals were replaced by blue check marks. Jack Hamaker is temporarily removed from his position and as he is tried for crimes against humanity in Geneva, Switzerland. This is happening on the second meta layer of the story outside the main story.
Yeah.
The FSA begins giving out artificial genitals to those affected, somehow. Somehow the artificial genitals are shipped out of the story and into the real world, and also work. Real-world Poseidon watches in fear as the artificial genital shipment gone awry causes his entire neighborhood to get flooded with dick and balls. This did, in fact, happen on December 17, 2022. I remember it vividly.
Yeah. Playing pinball using people's dicks and balls becomes a popular hobby in his neighborhood. People pin their balls to the walls using it as a stapler. They believe it to be a form of yoga. Yoga is renamed to Evan.
Meanwhile, Jack Hamaker ends up being found guilty of crimes against humanity and is sentenced to life in prison. It turns out he ordered his employees to replace people's genitals with blue check marks.
He is cudgeled to death immediately upon entry.
The FSA begins investigating the sudden disappearance of their artificial genitals. I don't know if that was ever followed up on ever, but whatever. Ownership of Hamaker Industries then transfers to Jack's brother Scott, who owns the biggest share in the company. Oh, I remember this fucker.
Oh, God. Scott Hamaker decides to begin windmilling for no apparent reason.
He gets bored after a while and stops. Scott then declares that he will intervene in AUL even more than his brother and avoid the mistakes he made. He reviews the AUL plot plans and what's been written so far, and then calls a meeting with the writers and Game Tunes executives.
Milo de la Croix is somehow invited.
Scott explains that this story is terrible and has no semblance of logic or structure and must be fixed immediately to ensure higher ratings. He states that Jack was wrong to mostly trust the writers with running AUL on their own and institutes a new set of strict rules that the writers must follow. These rules mostly boil down to don't do anything that Scott doesn't like.
And the writers start striking, seeing as every single new rule goes against just about every single one of AUL's core principles.
I like how it says principles like school principles and not like the principal's principles. Yeah. It goes against the school principles of AUL college. Scott asks them why it's so hard. Scott asks them why it's so hard to simply write a good story.
The writers ask Scott to try for himself. A glowworm somehow walks into the meeting room and calmly sits down.
Scott shows the writers their own plans and reminds them that they actively introduce things out of nowhere and barely allow the status quo to exist. He starts going over everything in the story so far that could be defined as a logical contradiction or plot hole CinemaSin style. The Goreworm proceeds to activate a legal sleeper agent that causes AUL to irreversibly become public domain, and then evacuates the scene of the crime. Scott even has a bell that makes a ding sound after every argument he puts forth.
The writers point out that AOL's kind of always been like this, and the critics only really ever complain about the retcons. They suggest that his definition of good simply differs from everyone else's.
The Goreworm from before evacuates the scene of the crime, but actually doesn't do that and enters deeper into the scene of the crime. And nobody notices that this has happened initially. No one notices that AUL became public domain. I don't know if that was ever actually followed up on, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I don't think it was.
This is unironically a Greg Sleeper virus moment.
Yeah.
Scott tells the writers that even though AUL has always been this way, it has to change now.
The Goreworm begins ranting and Slurperian. No one can understand it. The writers ask why, bringing up the critiques again.
Scott shakes his head and says, a story has no value if you care more about how much fun you have while writing it than how you can ensure it stands up to scrutiny. Can you tell that I do not agree with that? This is pretty on the nose.
Yeah. The writers point out that this is an opinion. Meanwhile, the Goreworm replies to Scott with more unintelligible Slurperian.
One writer tells Scott that this is quite possibly one of the worst mindsets one could have. Scott tells this writer he doesn't understand writing at all. The writers then hold a vote on whether Scott should be impeached from GameToons. They all unanimously agree that yes, he should be impeached. Unfortunately, this does nothing because Scott is not the head of GameToons. He is the head of their parent company. Anyway.
Milo idly sits there twiddling his thumbs. The writers once again ask Scott to try writing AUL. Meanwhile, the Goreworms begin eating the snacks. While this is going on, the Gore Slurpers, new French and Japanese crusts have trade routes between each other.
More Goreworms appear. They begin feasting on Scott's flesh. No, they do not. This is undone. Scott tells the writers that he will come back to them tomorrow with his own sample script. Scott the Wozniak Hamaker appears, presumably a different person.
The Goreworms begin beating him up.
He defends himself by holding his leg in the air as if to kick, because the kick is mightier than the sword. The Goreworms back off in fear.
Then they realize that they can't feel fear. They can't feel fear and begin.
Oh shit! I accidentally clicked off by accident. Hold on, I'm back. Okay. The next day, Scott meets with the writers again and hands them his sample script, which consists of a group of random detectives becoming the main protagonists and slowly uncovering a secret plot that, in fact, every one of the threats Earth has faced has been controlled in the background by a secret cabal of dark gods known as the Primordial Ones. The script also states that the Primordial Ones manipulating reality from the sidelines is the cause of all the unexplained logical issues.
It reads like shit. Also, the Goreworms are disgusted at the suggestion that the Gore Slurper is subservient to anything else.
Scott tells the Goreworms to get back in the story. The writers retaliate with, this not only goes against the whole point of AUL, but it is almost certainly ripped off from something else. I actually don't remember where I got the idea for his dumbass script from. I do not know where I got the idea for that specifically, but yeah.
The Goreworms retort that they don't technically originate from the story, and thus this is, legally speaking, where they belong.
Okay, my bad. It seems I accidentally clicked out of the VC.
All right. The Goreworms retort that they don't technically originate from the story, and thus this is, legally speaking, where they belong.
Scott relents to the Goreworms, but continues to argue with the writers. He asks them to explain why exactly his script is bad.
The writers point out that if there was a council of dark gods that wanted to destroy Earth, then why couldn't they just do so immediately without summoning 10 billion natural disasters?
Scott explains that they want to torture Earth and kill everyone slowly.
The writers point out that natural disasters that kill millions is not slow.
The writers also retort with L plus, because L plus ratio plus no bitches plus get deplatformed loser, and proceed to launch an exposal of Scott Hamaker for the time he pissed on the floor in front of an entire bus of school children, which I guess, what the fuck? That just...
In response to the writers pointing out that...
Okay,
my bad. The writers point out that natural disasters that kill millions is not slow, like when Ganymede dropped a meteor on France.
Scott ignores this and reveals another part of it. He ignores the exposal, which is insane. Scott, the expose came out and Scott was like, nah, I dismiss.
Nah, I'd win.
Scott ignores this and reveals another part of his plan, which is to reveal that woke... Scott telling the writers they suck at writing, the writers, and then the writers respond with, well, why don't you try? Scott was just like, nah, I'd win. Scott ignores this and reveals another part of his plan, which is to reveal that woke Whitney has secretly been a primordial one this whole time, and that's why she's seemingly immune to everything.
The writers asked why Whitney would even bother with the woke mob in the first place, then, if she was after William, she could have just abducted him and moved him to a different... Reputation was more or less tarnished.
It's true. Scott then suggests that she actually wanted to seduce William so he could lead the Primordial Ones' army during the final invasion.
The writers point out that she went about flirting with William in quite possibly the worst ways humanly possible.
Which is indeed true. Scott suggests maybe she was trying to use reverse psychology. She's just built different, says Evan Gamarol, who is apparently a writer now.
The first Goreworm, you're
oh my god, I think this is the first time he showed up.
Holy shit, you're right. You're Sith, the run you up, Dole asks if the Gore Slurper is a primordial one. They also point out that before Scott said the Dark Gods were trying to destroy Earth, now he's saying they want to take over Earth and that they need armies to do so, and not stuff like lord-ass meteors.
Ace Attorney music begins playing and does not stop.
Eula agrees that these primordial ones are pretty lame.
Writer Poseidon explains to Scott that his version of the story is even more logically inconsistent.
At least standard AUL is consistent about being inconsistent.
Scott gets defensive and claims at least it's better than things happening for no reason other than them being funny.
The writers point out that not only is this just not fun to read, AUL has and always will be comedic.
I do find it funny how, like, we've slowly transitioned into, like, more, like, complicated story arcs, but we never lost the gag factor. Yeah. That's always been a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
He explains that in
That
his
is true.
version of the story, the submarines would have been given sentience by the primordial ones. In response to in response to the first Goreworm's questioning, because I'm not pronouncing that, Scott claims that in his version of the story, the Gore Slurper is a satanic illusion to manipulate black metal fans. The writers retort with submarines. Okay, hold on. Say whatever you were gonna say.
Hang on a tick. So, Lickfolds held that convention where Satan attended, right?
Yes.
Where, yeah, the convention where he betrayed Satan and joined forces with the Gore Slurper, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that at the time. The writers retort with, submarines have always been sentient, both here and in real life. You're just ignorant. Scott responds with, no.
A submarine sues Scott. While this is going on, the Crows manage to solidify various clouds and set up the cloud equivalent of the Silk Roads.
Writer Poseidon reads over Scott's script more carefully and realizes that the primordial ones seem like they're written to be very satanic. He also notices that all of the protagonists Scott came up with are explicitly mentioned to be Christians. Also, the exact denomination of Christianity that Scott is a part of.
Loya is outraged by Scott's diminution of the Gore Slurper and promptly socks him across the face.
That's a new word I've just learned.
In response to the Crows setting up the cloud equivalent of the Silk Road. The digital Silk Road, that is, before the owner got caught.
As time goes on, more and more goreworms begin appearing to simply sock Scott in the face, I guess. Poseidon also notices the presence of strong religious themes being in parts of the script that are obviously trying to say Christianity is correct and atheism is wrong and societally dangerous. Writer Poseidon brings this up to Scott and asks if, by any chance, his personal values are leaking into the script. Scott insists that he's being unbiased and just writing realistic characters.
Or, states that a realistic character would be fucking insane from all the shit that's going on. Milo also happens to find anti-French propaganda in the script.
Rare Scott W. Scott responds by saying a real man would tough it up in the face of trauma. Responding to the goreworm.
It's revealed that Scott follows Andrew Tate on Twitter.
Writer Evan Rull asks Scott what he thinks of agnostic people and people that follow religions other than Christianity. Scott says he doesn't hate them, but wishes they wouldn't shove their beliefs in his face. The writers very quickly start to realize what kind of person he is.
Oh dear. They bring their concerns to Game Tunes. Uoroi holds a vote as to whether Scott should be Fekrugelds.
Everyone unanimously agrees on yes. Game Tunes agrees with the writers, but explains that they're unable to get rid of Scott because he's in charge of the parent company.
Uoroi begins Fekrugeling Scott.
Whatever that means. Writer Poseidon decides the obvious solution is to goad Scott into performing workplace abuse so he can be sued. Scott okay, this is your line.
Scott is /TP to court by the submarine he was sued by.
The court is full of submarines. Scott is immediately declared guilty for defamation. Amazing trial.
Wow.
This forces him to pay some of his money. He then returns. The writers tell him they won't comply with his set of rules. Scott gets mad and fires all of them with no severance, which is a massive breach of contract.
He is sued. The submarine jury comes back for round 2.
Naturally. The regular human jury decides to join in at the same time. Scott enters no breach of contract debt, whatever that means.
A goreworm jury is also brought in.
Somehow this results in Scott being found guilty 3 times. The lone sea animals are waiting outside the courtroom. Either he gets a guilty verdict or he gets repossessed.
The penalty is tripled as a result. Skarkle patiently waits in his personal tank.
This causes Scott to enter regular debt. Scott is forced to sell his house and all his possessions to pay off his debt, even his Bored Ape NFTs.
Holy shit. Skarkle uses his bath salts cannon to force more debt upon Scott.
Scott enters Bored Ape NFT debt. Poseidon suggests that the writers pool all the money they won in court together as he has a plan. Evanrol agrees. After the money is pooled together, Poseidon takes it and then offers to buy Scott's share in Hammaker Industries with the money Scott lost. Scott is in desperate need of money and accepts. Now that Poseidon owns that share, he is the CEO of Hammaker Industries. I don't think that's actually how that works, but whatever. He immediately declares that the writers are to have full unabridged creative freedom again. He also shuts down the paid subscription programs Jack introduced and refunds the fans who spent money on them.
Milo comes back to find that the constant tourism from the 2 other Crow factions, along with proper trade routes, has caused new France's wealth to drastically increase. A Renaissance period starts.
People of French heritage in other countries start to migrate to new France, cooperating with the Crows and slowly rebuilding France's lost land.
Meanwhile, the Goreworms are still fighting the Germans in Denmark. The crowing 747 flies overhead and scares the living shit out of several German troops.
Milo Delacroix is asked by journalists what side he is on.
I don't know.
Understandable, have a great day. Milo Lacroix steps out of the woodwork, I guess, whoever that is. Meanwhile, after preparing its army, Iberia begins a naval invasion of Vertigreen.
The Gore-Slurperia Revolution breaks out in Slovenia.
This takes place in the territory of the GSE.
The Gore-Slurperia managed to take over the country, forming the People's Democratic Gore-Slurperia Sovereign Republic of Slovenia, a nation that is predictably not democratic for the people, or a republic.
They are then sued for false advertising.
They simply reply with no.
Meanwhile, the Goreworms decide they're tired of fighting. Oh, that's your line, my bad.
Meanwhile, the Goreworms decide they're tired of fighting the Germans and tell the shrine to use its flamethrowers to barbecue them all.
Hundreds of German soldiers turn into sausages immediately.
God. The Goreworms, after seizing the flamethrower, eat the sausages. They then begin adding everything they find in Denmark to the shrine. It begins taking the shape of a legged castle.
GPC robots are sent to combat the advance as they are more fire resistant.
The shrine begins firing on the robots.
One of the German sausages escapes through a random hole in the fabric of reality and lands in Meatballica a few decades before the beginning of the JC. Oh no.
Oh god. Oh,
no one else has the context for what that means. You will in several years after many JC books are out.
Yeah.
Since Vertigreen hasn't yet responded to the Iberian invasion in any capacity, Iberia has managed to occupy all of Morocco and continues its advance. This is especially easy because Gamarol refuses to roleplay as any of his countries. The other GPC nations send messages to Vertigreen saying, "Guys, you realize you're being invaded, right?"
Hang on. The Gorecrows intercept all of the messages.
GPC agents use VPNs to post a tactical "we are fucking under attack" memes on Vertigreen's social media.
Gorelia returns to the story and travels to Gorenisha, where the Gorecrows reside. They witness the healthy trade relations with the other crows.
You should probably read these two LBP lines that connect better and I can read the line before that.
Okay. Gorelia commands a particularly large Gorecrow to become his steed. He rides down to Denmark to command the Gorworm armies there, who promptly set off for Germany.
One brave GPC miner, Henry Minesworth, also known as Big Henry, tunnels underneath the Mediterranean Sea to Vertigreen and dies delivering an invasion alert with the most tragic death scene of all time. That's a Gravity Falls reference, by the way.
Oh, God.
It's one of my favorite gags in the show. Juan Carlos Navarra, who is the nationalist leader of Iberia, I believe, amused at the lack of resistance in Vertigreen, declares that he will be able to divert some of his forces, or decides, not declares, he will be able to divert some of his forces for a much more important operation. He begins funding nationalist groups in England, then sends a massive armada to raid the English shores. Stellifolium, which has yet to engage in battle directly, also funds these nationalist groups.
Yeah, around the same time, the Gorworms land in Germany.
Since a good amount of England's troops are reinforcing Germany at the moment, the Spanish Armada sees great success, possibly for the first time ever in history. Technically, it's the Iberian Armada, however, so it doesn't count.
The German-English defenders are performing kinda shit due to shit morale as a result of being up against a galloping church with more guns than 300 average rednecks hordes combined attached to it.
No one really knows how to effectively combat this.
The sheer noise of all the gunfire deafens many of the defenders even through high-quality hearing protection. The Gorworms are fine, however, as their hearing is telepathic.
Of course it is. Raycon gets rich off of selling earbuds and headphones to the defending soldiers. This war was sponsored by Raycon.
So true. The crowing 747 observes. Their customers are cut down by gunfire, however, negating any chance of repeat business.
Raycon, more like Raytheon. As Iberian forces continue to land in England, the Battle of London begins. Or at least the Battle of the Crater where London was, before Technoblade bombed it with withers, and also Wesley nuked it.
I'm making it canon that that's the official name of the battle. The Battle of the Crater where London was.
True. That should be the name
of the battle.
Somehow the knife violence rates are still abnormally high in the crater.
This is because the craters all crazy knife fiends.
This fucking chainsaw man again. English troops managed to trick some of the Iberian troops into walking into the crater and dying of fall damage. Iberian troops catch on quickly and start MLG water bucketing.
The knife fiends fight both sides.
Just as it seems the English forces might be turning the tides, nationalist groups rise up and start a rebellion against the government. The GPC Peacekeeper Corps attempts to intervene to stabilize the country, but it's too late. Everything happens so fast. The Third Republic of England crumbles after a few months of the rebellions and the invasion, being replaced by the Neo-British Empire. English Republic try not to collapse instantly challenge in AUL. Dude.
Okay. Neo-British Empire. Due to the Neo-British Empire being confined to one place, the Earth completely halts its rotation so that the sun doesn't set on it.
In the aftermath of the fight, Knives Jimmy receives a Knife of Honor for his impressive shanking skills. Soon enough, Knives Jimmy is crowned King of the British Empire because the original royal family has been dead for ages. He promptly legalizes all knife-related crimes. Wyatt Mulsh, who still owns the BBC at this point, starts sucking up to King Knives, and talking about how he'll restore the traditional historic culture of England. I like how Wyatt Mulsh is basically just Matt Walsh, except British now.
Yeah.
Wyatt Mulsh is then shanked by King Knives' court jester.
The jester says, restore this, and grabs his way.
Wyatt Mulsh starts ranting on TV about how King Knives is a bitch-ass motherfucker. Unfortunately, since someone else already did an Eggman pisses on the moon reference, he can't blow up the moon again.
Meanwhile, in Russia, things have somehow gotten even worse. The capital of literally every city in Russia is constantly being attacked by rioters.
The writers, legally distinct from the rioters, are asked how cities have their own capitals.
The response was, they just do. Russia's economy is in fucking shambles.
Things have gotten so bad that the cities have manifested their own capitals inside themselves. Science premium glitch. True.
True.
Several Russian politicians form a coalition to oust Sabatov from power, reverse his insane rules, and introduce a rational, evidence-based code of laws. However, all of these politicians are forced out of office by Sabatov's soldiers when he's tipped off about this. The state of Russia's economy is further damaged by the fact that some random idiot apparently swapped around the values of every kind of ruble.
People begin beating each other with sledgehammers in the streets.
People start burning the Imperial Russian flag because it has the color black on it, implying Slurperia's influence. The Russian government is forced to turn the flag back to the original white, blue, and red flag in order to appease the populace.
They also burned the original flag because it has white on it, also implying Slurperia's influence.
The Russian government eventually decides to ban flags and just use a sick...
Hundreds.
A lot of people in Russia, not everyone, because that would be logically inconsistent with the rest of what's going on, but also whatever. A lot of people in Russia commit mass suicide upon realizing that they all have white sclera, implying Slurperist influence. The Russian government begs people to stop because they're going to completely wipe out the population and therefore have no manpower. The Intermarium troops continue their advance as the Russian front lines completely collapse. This is just the worst Hoi 4 game ever played, basically.
True.
A swarm of suicide bombers attacks the Russian government because all of its members have black pupils.
A GAC orator begins to form a militant coalition to save Russia under the guise of a good old-fashioned holy crusades.
Various Russians decide to infect themselves with deadly diseases to wipe out their white blood cells, as those cells imply Slurperist influence.
This gives them even more diseases. Some grow horns and start talking about their grandfather.
Russian soldiers start abducting random people and throwing them at the front lines, hoping they're insane enough to hurt the Intermarium troops. Imagine being an Intermarium soldier trying to invade Russia and just seeing all this happening. Just imagine being part of the invading force and they just start throwing people at you in hopes that they'll just murder you. And you just see, like, fucking people just sledgehammering each other in the streets.
The GAC begins abducting rioters and bringing them to Siberia.
Lenin starts riling people up and begins a second Bolshevik revolution.
Damn. Due to Russia being in the shitter, they gain a lot of traction. Lenin gets an odd sense of deja vu.
The NGP holds a conference once more where all the other leaders look at Sabatov and ask him what the fuck is going on in Russia. Heavy TF2, recognizing that Russia is fucked, flees to his old home in the mountains of Siberia. Sabatov explains to his allies that there is a moderate amount... Sabatov explains to his allies that there is a moderate amount of internal instability.
A bomb wipes out a nearby building in the background as he says this.
Sean Marshall points to Knives Jimmy and says, "Come on, man, look at Jimmy over here. His regime just began and he's legalized knife crime. Yet England is more stable than Russia."
As Sabatov listens to this, a man is brutally murdered by a chainsaw maniac behind him.
Sabatov says, "Hold on, I've got to deal with this," and exits the conference. Knives Jimmy applauds this display. The other NGP leaders look at each other for a long moment until Sozin says, "Maybe we should just coup him. Maybe we should just coup him and replace him with a yes man."
Yorley enters the conference and says, "That would be immoral."
I love how he, of all people, is saying that. Navarra asks who the fuck he is and how he got access to the Discord group chat. Yeah, for some reason, the NGP leaders, the NGP leaders are having their calls on Discord.
Yeah. I am Italian. Gaze upon my neck.
Sean Marshall kicks him out of the GC.
Yorley enters Sean Marshall's home.
How?
I am Italian.
What the fuck do you want?
I am Italian.
Leave.
I am Italian. Yorley holds up a baguette.
Amazing. Sean has his guards escort them out of his house.
Yorley explains to them that he is Italian. He then begins clubbing them with the baguette, mod style.
True. Meanwhile, the NGP starts discreetly. True. Meanwhile, the NGP starts discreetly funding another nationalist politician in Russia named Anton Anisenko, who is completely loyal to the other leaders. Sabatov begins to grow paranoid that the entire world is against him.
Chainsaw murder rates skyrocket.
As Sabatov grows more and more mentally ill, he ceases to trust anyone at all, and therefore he fires the entire Russian government, declaring that everyone will now take orders directly from him. He does not stop to think about how ineffective this is.
He is attacked by several maniacs with chainsaws.
This escalates into an epic action sequence as Sabatov starts battling an entire army of rioters. At one point, he basically replicates the Kingsmen church fight scene.
Oh shit. Yeah,
I like how Sabatov is an extremely incompetent leader, but he's also a fucking badass fighter for some reason.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. He's basically
Anyway,
inverse William.
True.
And then Galloway is just Galloway is just sucks at both.
Yeah, he's just Galloway.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's special. Eventually, he stumbles upon a rider with dual chainsaws replacing his forearms. Carved into the rider's forehead is unmistakably a Gore Slurperia sigil. Gore Slurperism feeds on fear and discord, thus here it has prevailed. In the background, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, and fighting grow louder as other riders are finally thrown over the brink. Shrines hastily built from corpses and rebar are placed wherever available.
Sabatov starts climbing St. Peter's Cathedral while firing down at various riders, whether they be Gore Slurperist, anti-war, Bolshevik, or otherwise. The next NGP meeting begins, and Sabatov joins the Discord call and communicates live with his fellow leaders while going further up the cathedral and fighting the rioters. The other leaders constantly demand to know what the fuck is happening, but Sabatov just keeps responding with, what's that? I'm high up, the signal isn't very good.
Of course, his rider with sword sprouting out of his mouth attempts to punch Sabatov.
This might be one of the funniest arcs in the entire roleplay. Sabatov desperately shatters the window and enters the cathedral in an attempt to get to safety. He finds himself coming face to face with Vladimir Lenin, who starts slashing at him with his hammer and sickle. The sword mouth rider, that's literally a fucking Chainsaw Man character. Bro, why is Katana Man in AUL?
The sword-mouthed rider tackles Lenin. Why the fuck is he punching him? Why not just use one of his swords?
No!
The sword rider tackles Lenin. A man with buzzsaws replacing his hands. Chambers clambers through the window.
What in the... That is not a Russian accent. I don't even think I can begin to do one.
What in the blasted bloody guy's fuck is this?
It's bourgeoisie. What the fuck was that pronunciation?
I'd never seen that word before, okay?
Lenin...
I've never seen your fucking stupid idiot words.
Okay, bro. What in the blasted bourgeoisie fuck is this? Lenin remarks as he kicks off the Gore Slurperist and holds off both them and Sabatov at once.
A man with a hammer for a head attempts to shatter Lenin's skull.
He deflects it with his own hammer, which is not his head. Distinctly.
Eurelia enters the cathedral and steals Sabatov's device while he is distracted by the fighting.
This point, I don't know what device specifically is being stolen, but whatever. At this point, the NGP leaders have started eating popcorn and are enjoying the show.
Eurelia uses Sabatov's phone to order every missile available to fire at the coordinates he sends.
At this point, the Russian military is now refusing to serve Sabatov and has taken matters into its own hands. A committee of generals has formed and has established a new military junta that takes over the war effort.
Hey, putas! Eurelia mutters as he leaves for the nearest ICBM silo.
Lenin evacuates St. Peter's Cathedral, but not before fatally slicing Sabatov across the chest with his sickle. Sabatov, now struggling to hold on to life, throws aside his weapons and decides he might as well go down in an epic way. He balls up his fists and charges at the Gore Slurperists.
Eurelia looks at Sabatov and emits a bizarre noise, stopping all the Gore Slurperists in their tracks. He walks towards Sabatov and adopts a boxing stance. Due to Sabatov being injured, Eurelia is able to sock him in the face and knock him down fairly easily. Eurelia calls for a steed to bring him into ICBM silo nearby. Once he arrives, he straps Sabatov to the missile and uses his long wingspan to turn on the missile himself, aiming it straight at the German line so that the rest of the Gorworms can get through. He then dons an Adidas tracksuit and Yushaka goes off to steal some meads.
Thus ends the life of Nikolai Sabatov. That is such a hard death.
God
Holy
damn.
shit.
Defenders of Germany's north coast are the Sabatov alive as this coffin delivers one last fuck you for Russia before it goes into the shitter for the foreseeable future. The Gorworms use the opportunity to swarm through the gap in the defense and overwhelm the German and English forces. The GAC takes off the Gore Slurpers and rushes to Siberia, forming the Gore Slurper Allegiance Oligarchy of Siberia. Meanwhile, in southern LPW...
Did he just fucking nuke? Did he just fucking nuke Denmark or Germany?
I think he did. I think he did.
Holy shit.
LPW prepares to seize aims re-4 from the anarchist clutches as a fellow Gore Slurper makes for a good ally.
Oh
Holy
yeah,
shit.
the Syndicate owns North Greenland. Stellafolian troops end up occupying a slight amount of far eastern Siberia, establishing an occupation zone. GAC's... Okay, that's your line.
GAC soldiers quickly begin heading to eastern Siberia to take their land back.
The military junta is established mainly in southwestern Russia, with its capital becoming Volgograd. Meanwhile, Anton Anisenko, the NGP puppet, forms the Empire of Muscovy, with Moscow as its capital. The Volgograd junta and Muscovy sign a truce and continue to fight the Intermarium and GPC troops. Meanwhile, Vladimir Lenin leads the Bolsheviks to victory in the north, with St. Petersburg becoming their capital. So now there are 4 Russian states. Russia got fucking balkanized.
It's true.
And there's also an
Due to a
occupation
previously
zone from Stellafolium.
Yeah, yeah. Due to a previously undiscovered gene present in many humans, several Bolsheviks suddenly transform into submarines.
Lenin grants equal rights to the submarines. He enshrines this in the constitution of the newly formed Socialist Republic of Leningrad.
What a trooper! The submarines
Amazing.
are sentient, though they notably do not attempt to mutiny.
Probably
Meanwhile,
because they
LBW
got
begins
rights. That tends to happen when you treat people with respect.
Yeah, I suppose it does. Meanwhile, LBW begins walking to the anarchist base in Greenland.
Nailing my balls to the earth will not stop me, Obama. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
Gamma is clubbed for improper formatting.
Gamma retorts with, I have used this type of formatting in the past before, and you just now get mad? Oh,
The
God.
replies was
The Gorworms officially annexed Norway, Sweden, Iceland, and Denmark. They also declare themselves the Gorworm Empire. Meanwhile, since Russia previously annexed Finland and northwestern Russia has been seized by the Bolsheviks, Leningrad now controls Finland. Lenin decides to release Finland as an independent socialist state.
The Gorworms swarm into Finland.
MUAHAHAHAHA somehow revives again, sniping hundreds of Gorworms from a distance. Christopher Lee revives and joins him in the defense of Finland.
The battle
fuck.
torches all the snow, ruining Zemo's hiding spots and allowing him to be slain before he causes too many casualties.
Christopher Lee continues the fight for him, honoring his fallen ally.
He is swarmed by Gorworms.
He falls after felling dozens more, though these sacrifices help buy the Finnish army time to mobilize.
Some GAC skirmishers blow up Finnish armories, giving the Gorworms a bit of an advantage.
I like how MUAHAHAHA and Christopher Lee are now on the side of the communists.
Yeah.
The GPC reaches out to Vladimir Lenin and asks for an alliance against the NGP and Gore Slurperists. Although Lenin has many grievances with the GPC, he thinks about this and decides he has no choice but to temporarily join forces against the greater threats. As such, Leningrad and Finland switch to the side of the GPC. Various military advancements are made around various fronts of the war. Since Vertigreen still hasn't responded to the continuing Iberian invasion at all, the GPC gets fed up and sends the Peacekeeper Corps into Vertigreen without their permission to fight the invasion for them.
Insane. The former GAC leadership dubbed themselves the Gore Slurperist Galeriarchs now that they're an actual nation.
They're nicknamed the GGs for short. The NGP holds a meeting to discuss recent events. The NGP leaders are all in agreement on one thing: they need more allies. Sean Marshall states that he still hasn't heard back from John Rumpel about his final decision to join the alliance or not. Thankfully for the NGP, though, Japan has had success in conquering Taiwan and the Philippines. They have now become occupied territories because they were distracted by the chaos nearby in Indonesia. Of course they would be.
The Galeriarchs hold a feast to celebrate the accomplishment of their plan. Important Gorworms also attends. Oh god. A particularly influential Gorworm, Bjorlays or Bjorlays, the gore-drenched, so named for literally always being covered in viscera, revealed rumors of a machine somewhere in Western Europe that has the power to revive the dead. Holy shit. These rumors are not confirmed, and the event supposedly took place many years ago. But if the machine can be found, the Gore Slurper's cause can be strengthened greatly.
Yes, this is the same machine that Danny used to revive Technoblade a couple streams ago. Bjorn's friend Whitebeard supports this claim by shouting, "The Resurrection Machine! The Resurrection Machine is real!" before promptly dying from several untreated wounds. That's definitely a One Piece reference. A servant goreworm, Michael, approaches Diestronel and points out that there are actually already documented records of this machine from decades ago, from both the CCC and the original regime of Carcassland. He explains that it was the Scottish musician Danny O'Donnell who served alongside Carcassfucker but worked as a spy for the CCC who built it. However, the machine was destroyed right after being used in a fight between Danny and Lickfold.
Bjor's at Toronto orders Michael to round up a search party to find the machine.
Michael reminds him of what he just said about the machine having been destroyed. I like how there's a goreworm just named Michael.
Yeah. Bjor is at Toronto says that there might be pieces left.
Michael nods and assembles a search party to scour Denmark for traces of the machine.
The feast resumes after this development. Meanwhile, in Greenland, LBW walks to the anarchist base in Greenland to capture 8341.
He is immediately hit by a barrage of fireworks.
His constitution is greatly enhanced by his Gore Slurper's gifts, so he is able to simply stride through the fireworks. This is also because of the fact that even the fireworks are afraid of him and thus prematurely detonates.
The anarchists resort to throwing potions of harming.
The potions of harming rearrange their chemical composition to become mundane potions out of fear.
The anarchists cast an anti-sentient spell on all their weapons using an enchanting table and carry on. Apparently they have to do that.
I guess. LBW resorts to using his hammer to smack the potions, of course, somehow not breaking the bottles in the process.
They were plexiglass bottles. Not that it would matter either way, as the anarchists stupidly threw regular potions of harming instead of splash potions. Since Technoblade is off strategizing, he is unable to help the anarchists and doesn't even know what's going on, leading to them being overwhelmed.
LBW strides into the base and begins searching for A341's containment cell, killing everything in his path.
One anarchist tries holding 8341 at sword point, threatening to kill him if LBW doesn't stand down.
LBW, having foreseen this, had weakened the floor where the anarchist stood while he was on the previous story.
I can't believe that LBW was around from before AUL existed.
True.
I know that's not what that actually means. I just wanted to fuck around. Somehow this results in the anarchist falling through the floor so hard he ends up in the back rooms.
God damn. LBW uses his arm-mounted grappling hook to pull 8341 to him. 8341 asks who the fuck LBW is, to which LBW does not respond and begins dragging him out of the base.
Meanwhile, Technoblade gets the report of the break-in after it's already taken place. He exclaims, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me."
Techno manages to catch up to LBW just as he's leaving.
LBW escapes, but Techno gets a good look at him and takes notes. He then reconvenes with Filza and Murderfist. Lost 8341, Techno explains.
Ah.
He repeats what he heard from the report.
Saying damned worms, Murderfist mutters.
Techno then gets another report from a syndicate agent operating in Denmark, who explains to him that based on his research, the Goreworms seem to be investigating Denmark in search of the remnants of Danny O'Donnell's resurrection machine. Oh fuck, he exclaims out loud.
A funeral is held for the brave agent as they are found and added to the battle shrine.
A second agent calls in reporting the death of the agent who made the first report.
Another funeral is held for the agent as they meet the same fate as the first.
A third agent calls in and starts to report the death of the second agent before Techno says no and stops them in their tracks, saving their life. The curse is broken. Meanwhile, Ohio 3 seems to be approaching the British Isles.
The British Isles start constructing large windmills to push Ohio 3 back.
No one on the
And
British
then
Isles does
LB
this. The British Isles just kind of turn sentient and do that.
Yeah. Yeah, naturally. And then LBP says pissed, to which I agree.
Definitely the most insane contribution to this roleplay. 3805 uses long-range ice magic to freeze the windmills.
The Isles construct ice mills to blow away the ice magic.
The Scottish, Welsh, and Irish governments raise alarms to the rest of the GPC as Ohio 3 continues to approach. The ice mills do not work as they fail to consider what an ice mill would logically be and just end up blowing more ice at the windmills. Freddy Fazbear is placed in charge of a naval invasion and bravely leads his troops to the shores of Ohio 3. He begins a fierce bombardment. In response, Ohio 3 uses its tentacles to easily crush the attacking ships.
Freddy Fazbear's soldiers all simultaneously get the news that they have inoperable adenocarcinoma, causing them to become drug dealers for some
I don't know what that means. Freddy realizes he has to improvise and fast. I genuinely do not know. Maybe. I've watched the entire show and I don't know what that means. He puts on... Not offhand. He puts on a high-tech suit.
Sounds like a form of cancer.
Maybe. Yeah. Freddy realizes he has to improvise and fast. He puts on a high-tech suit, whips out a giant battle axe, and screams at the top of his lungs while hacking off various tentacles all by himself. A bunch of Mark II ice golems fire laser cannons at him.
John Tentacle, the CEO of Tentacles, appears and begins fighting Freddy.
True. Why are so many of you named John? Freddy demands while furiously slashing at John Tentacle.
John, the CEO of John, appears and joins the fights.
John Ohio explains that it is simply a very common name before throwing an Ohio grenade at Freddy. John CEO, the CEO of CEOs, also steps out of the shadows.
Holy fucking shit, dude. John Shadow, the CEO of Shadows, emerges.
John Emergence, the CEO of Emerging, also emerges.
John Also, the CEO of Also, appears.
John, the CEO of, makes an appearance himself.
John Appearance, the CEO of Appearance, appears.
John Overly Long Gag, the CEO of Overly Long Gags, joins the fray.
John Of, the CEO of, enters the battle.
John of Johns appears. John sues John for copyright infringement.
John Sue, the CEO of Suing, appears.
Saul Goodman states that no one can actually tell which John is which. This results in the court awarding and taking money away from all the Johns at the same time. Somehow this creates an infinite money glitch. John JJBA, the CEO of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, shows up to point out that John is technically a JoJo.
John Point, the CEO of Pointing, enters the courtroom.
The presence of the CEO of Pointing in a courtroom summons Phoenix Wright. At long last, Saul Goodman is no longer the only lawyer on Earth. John Phoenix Wright steps out of the penis work. Whatever the fuck that means. Saul Goodman and Phoenix Wright immediately enter a rap battle. The entire courtroom just stands there waiting for it to end.
Saul Goodman wins the battle when Yoel Babineau falls through the ceiling and crushes Phoenix Wright.
John JJBA is also crushed because funny JoJo reference. Everyone in the court is compelled to scream, "Shiza!" at the top of their lungs. Fucking hell, I actually know what that reference is now. I had no idea what that meant back then. Writer Poseidon hijacks the court and orders the story to resume.
Writer LBP socks Poseidon in the face and orders the funny gag to resume. We said.
Freddy Fazbear, now fighting John Ohio directly, demands to know why John Ohio is doing all this.
And John Ohio calmly
I should have said that. That's my bad.
just like having... My bad.
John Ohio calmly states, I just like having lots of power, and then decks Freddy. In your defense, I just forgot.
You're good, you're good. John Tentacle produces a boombox and starts blasting Motherless Miscarriage by Infant Annihilator.
I would
The
play
ocean
that, but I
itself
think we would get
begins
copyright claimed.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, Freddy returns to his feet, then says, but why? Power is not a virtue. Justice is. Virtue? Who gives a damn about virtue? Asks John Ohio as he tosses 4 Ohio pennies into the air and takes out his Ohio railgun. Virtue is incredibly important, Freddy argues while whipping out a giant harp and strumming some sick chords to fight back against John Ohio. My Irish accent is probably terrible, but I'm still gonna try. Haven't you ever read Plato?
Fuck it, we ball.
John Ohio asks, why the hell would I ever read that boring shit? As he fires his Ohio railgun and bounces the shot off of all 4 of the Ohio coins in midair and into Freddy's face. Freddy manages to block the projectile with his harp, but still gets knocked back really far. Give me an argument for why power is better than virtue. I dare you, sucker. Meanwhile,
Hang on. Well, oh, my bad. John Tentacle accidentally plays a lyric video of Feast of Gore Glutton by Infant Annihilator, and everyone stops to wonder what the fuck they're reading.
Great question. I feel like we've all been wondering that this past 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can virtue be used to conquer the world?
Yeah, the point.
Can virtue assemble every piece of land on Earth into Pangaea? Yes, because if you're virtuous enough, people will respect you so much that they want to join in on your projects and help you achieve greatness. Eventually, a virtuous society will be able to rule the world because respect will lead to willing compliance. Ha! That's just pipe dreaming. In order for that to work, there have to be nobody alive who isn't an asshole like me.
What's your sauce?
Freddy turns to look at Skarkle.
Aye.
I've no clue how you got here, but you raise a very good point. Freddy turns back to John. You have a nice argument. Why don't you back it up with a source? Unable to resist the power of funny reference, John Ohio states, my source is that I made it the fuck up! Somehow, the force of this declaration propels Freddy all the way back to Ireland. After taking a moment to let the island's tentacles finish regenerating, Ohio 3 moves in on England. King Knives is warned of the incoming threat. He decides the best solution is to just stab Ohio 3 with a really big knife. The knife shatters immediately after coming in contact with the frozen land of Ohio 3. An army of ice golems is deployed into England and charges the first city they find.
This happens to be shit fuck Shireburg, a city notoriously made of landmines.
Upon seeing this, the ice golems promptly screech to a halt. 1598 orders the troops to back up, then sends a single brave ice golem to intentionally set off a landmine and destroy the entire city in a huge chain reaction of explosions.
The golems unfortunately underestimated the 4-7 entire city's worth of explosives going off more or less at once. The shrapnel and shockwave destroys the first 4 rows of columns. Okay, why the fuck? What do you? You remember from that one episode where the battleships had onboard nuclear reactors?
Yeah, true. Tragic
Why
though this made. Tragic though this may be, the ice golems continue onward to the next city. Several ice golems end up as victims of knife crimes. This doesn't actually do much, since ice is pretty hard to cut through.
Many become victims of 1,000-degree knife crimes.
A group of Mark II ice
Important
golems
distinction.
go around turning knives into venomous snakes somehow.
The snakes turn to gore slurpers and retreat to the chaos.
The gore slurperous snakes make sure to bite as many unsuspecting victims as they can along the way, and ice golems are immune to venom, so this still works out in their favor.
An eagle snatches up one of the snakes as it goes, landing on a cactus in a nearby museum. As a result, an Aztec temple emerges from the ground beneath the cactus, and various warriors emerge from it and begin fighting either side.
Just
Meanwhile, Sweden
why not?
manages to infiltrate the Iceland's ranks somehow. Not like Swedish people, not Swedish spies. No, the entire landmass of Sweden.
somehow no one in England notices the walking landmass that is bigger than England itself. Speaking of Sweden, by now the goreworms have constructed artificial land where Sweden used to be, because it left. That was part of why the Nordic Union collapsed. I don't mean Sweden withdrew from the Union, I mean the physical landmass of Sweden just got up and left. Ohio 3. Ohio 3 grabs onto England and begins pulling with all of its might in an attempt to add the entire country to itself. Iberia begins to send bombers to deter Ohio 3 from doing this.
The Aztecs are dismayed by this and begin cutting away Ohio 3's tentacles with their MUAHAHAHAHAHA.
Ice Golem soldiers fight off the Aztecs as 3805 uses a huge ice barrier to block the incoming bombs. Juan Carlos Navarra releases a public statement telling John Ohio that he put a lot of effort into cooing England and bringing it to the NGP side, and offers to pay him to kill himself. The
Aztecs turn to Gorslorp naturally, thinking the Gorslorper is an incarnation of Huitzilopochtli, increasing their vigor. Sweden starts sabotaging the Ice Golem army, just like in Among Us. The Gorslorper Slurperia begin sending agents out into the rest of the world to smuggle weapons into Goreworm territory so that they can be added to the battle shrine.
To suss out these Swedish spies. Sus? Like Among Us? To suss out the Swedish spies, 1598 forces each and every one of his ice golems to state their name and rank, so that he can identify which ones have funny accents. 3805 corrects 1598 and explains to him that it's not Swedish spies infiltrating their ranks, but the entire sentient landmass of Sweden.
Little do they know Sweden is standing right next to them.
Ohio 3 lets go of England for the time being and instead attacks Sweden in an epic kaiju fight.
3805 corrects Ohio 3 and explains that they don't actually know which of their soldiers is Sweden yet. The newly reformed Emu Empire rises from the ashes of the Morp Empire, which was inexplicably subjected to the fourth law of motion, and starts the fighting on the third sides. Holy shit.
What is even happening anymore?
Dude, it's the Emu Empire.
Poseidon
Their
suggests...
annoying accents give...
I might have cut you off there, my bad.
Their annoying accents give them significant leverage.
Poseidon suggests that maybe the other writers should stop randomly adding factions to the story out of nowhere because it's getting difficult to keep track of everyone. 1598 is then infected with common sense disease and manages to correctly identify which soldier is Sweden. Ohio 3 is thus able to have an epic kaiju fight with Sweden after all.
One of the writers points out that the Emu Empire had existed before.
Poseidon says, oh, okay. Sweden rips the cross off of its own flag and uses it to attempt to beat Ohio 3.
Somehow. The Emu Empire travels to Australia and reclaims it.
Some or at least they begin the process of reclaiming it. Jesus Land and Rumpeland occupy Australia and fail to respond to the invasion because Gamma won't roleplay.
Damn. Australia releases a public statement saying it is reclaimed.
Ohio 3 grabs the cross out of Sweden's grasp and throws it at the Aztecs, who, being demonic by association with the Gore Slurper, are disintegrated by its holy power. I guess the cross just became fucking holy. As there is no official country at the moment named Australia, this is the public statement that says it is reclaimed is ignored. The statement is actually from a random unverified Twitter account, which I guess bought Twitter blue.
In response to Ohio 3 grabbing the cross out of Sweden's grasp, the Gore Slurper itself descends into the mortal plane and says, no.
This somehow revives the Aztecs. Sweden picks up the cross back up and goes for round 2.
The side effect brings all the soldiers to insanity and the war becomes an indiscriminate brawl.
On the way out, the Gore Slurper farts and ends up killing the Aztecs with his toxic gas. I mean, his?
I don't know, man.
Whatever. Sweden fucking...
Sweden unveils the Sweden gun.
Trademark.
I don't know. Sweden unveils the Sweden trademark and starts dual wielding. The Gore Slurper's power enters the Aztecs via the gas and turns them into Gore zombies.
John Ohio is saved from insanity because he did a really long blink right when the Gore Slurper showed up and thus didn't see it. He then orders all the ice golems to snap out of it.
The ice golems are too busy ripping off their own heads to listen.
3805 passes a no insanity law.
Somehow this works. However, the golems are instead given madness.
3805 amends the law to also say no madness. Thankfully, the ice golems' heads are supposed to be detachable, and they are able to just easily put them back on.
The golems become mentally ill.
3805 figures it's not worth his effort trying to fix this and leaves the law at that.
A mob of golems attempts to kill him.
They are politely advised to reconsider. John Ohio orders the ice golems to stop being mentally ill, and they actually listen this time. Fucking Jordan Peterson life advice.
True. They become wrong in heads. Sweden shoots miniature Sweden Ohio while this is going on.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
This specifically takes the form of them being wrong about what 9 plus 10 equals. As in them being wrong in the head does.
One golem reveals his innovative strategy of committing seppuku. No one else sees the merit.
They are then forced to do uncontract craziness after being sued by Crazy Dave.
They become irrational.
In the mathematical sense.
They become delirious.
John Ohio says no, and they are all instantly cured.
They contract crippling schizophrenia.
John Ohio distributes anti-schizophrenia pills. They are also sued by Ciantria Sendaris for stealing his thing.
Billy Mitchell appears and surrounds Ciantria to death in lawsuits.
The
golems become wacky.
Meanwhile, in that they are very funny. Meanwhile, Ohio 3 takes out a huge TF2 flamethrower and air blasts all the very slow-moving Sweden bombs back at Sweden.
The golems get brain damage somehow, and they become mentally deficient.
At the same time, Billy Mitchell is sued by the universe for somehow still existing, even though he's supposed to have died multiple times.
Sweden shoots more miniature Swedens at the approaching Swedens using the Sweden gun trademark.
Ohio 3 dodge rolls out of the way of the resulting set of explosions. In the process, it rolls over the button that returns all the ice golems to normal and prevents the skag from continuing.
Mentally deficient is defaulted to normal.
LBP is clubbed for continuing the gag following the button press.
LBP counter clubs the clubber.
He unfortunately ends up accidentally clubbing a clubber, as in someone who attends a club, rather than the person who clubbed him.
LBP then clubs the person who clubbed him, after ripping the clubber in half for usage as two clubs.
Of course. LBP is charged and convicted of murder. Somehow he isn't fired and continues helping write the story from prison.
As one does.
True.
LBP countercharges.
LBP countercharges the judge. I think this might be the beginning of the LBP out-of-story shenanigans.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
Ohio
I
3.
think you're right, dude. Oh.
Ohio 3 then receives a bolt of inspiration from beyond the fourth wall and clubs Sweden.
In response to LVP countercharging the judge, he then escapes prison via hollowing out the chest cavity of a particularly large inmate and using him as his skins.
I still don't see how that would make him how that would let him escape prison.
I don't know, man.
Sweden grabs Ohio 3 and chucks it several. Ohio 3 lands safely in the sea and charges right back at Swede with a lance. That means Sweden, but whatever. LBP ends up hiding in the janitor's closet at GameToons HQ and continues to help write the story from there, only popping out when he knows law enforcement won't spot him.
When law enforcement does find them, he pulps their skulls in and eats the corpses to hide any evidence. A typhoon immediately forms directly on top of Ohio 3 that launches them past Sweden. It picks up several sharks.
And in response to everything LBP's been doing, GameToons does damage control on social media and explains that there is a growing darkness within LBP, and we are working to resolve this issue as best we can.
You think?
Amazing social media posts. Ohio 3 uses this giant sword to slice through Sweden as it flies past.
There are now two Swedens, each with their own Sweden gun trademark.
The two Swedens promptly start fighting each other over which is the real Sweden. Unfortunately, the guns don't work because they're just halves of guns.
LBP uses a half-digested police intestine to helicopter out of GameToons HQ somehow, I don't know, and into a gun store. Meanwhile, Sweden eventually uses glue to put itself back together.
I don't even know if LBP needs a gun. At this point, Hammaker Industries' board of directors threatens Poseidon, claiming they will vote him out of his position as CEO if he doesn't fire LBP. I forgot he was CEO, damn. Due to the sheer amount of glue needed, it takes Sweden the entire duration of the fight to glue itself back together.
Oh, God.
You should probably read the Sweden bit first,
LBP helicopters
Never
into
mind.
the boardroom and assassinates the board, hitting them with actual boards.
LBP ends up being chased across several states by the FBI.
Sweden uses random time travel that only works once to rejoin the fight after it's already concluded. The Sweden gun is still split in two, though. And LBP goes on social media, FBI shitters, and then goes radio silence.
Ohio 3 tentacle punches Sweden in the face as soon as it arrives from the future. Poseidon ends up declaring that LBP is fired now and creates an AI that takes over the part of the story he was in charge of. I completely forgot this was a thing.
The typhoon picks up
Proto-chat.
Ohio 3.
It's not ChatGPT. It's not ChatGPT. It's Chat LBP.
Yeah. LBP assassinates Chat LBP, places his own draft over its corpse.
How the fuck do you assassinate an AI?
I don't fucking know, dude.
The ice golems decide to allow... They just type in /kill yourself in the code. The ice golems decide to allow all the opposing soldiers to distract each other while they assist Ohio 3 in the Battle of Sweden. Every Mark III ice golem present simultaneously fires their laser cannons at Sweden. Since the entire board of directors has been assassinated, a new board has to come in, and the majority shareholder following their deaths, who then becomes chairman, is some guy named Randy Dick, an egocentric narcissist who used to be Jack Hamaker's buddy in college and had a falling out with him afterward, I guess. Randy and the new board of directors end up voting to remove Poseidon from the CEO position for incompetence, which is actually kind of fair enough. And then Randy ends up becoming the CEO.
LBP buzzes the boardroom and fists on the windows.
Then Randy stops being reasonable. Randy immediately bursts into the writer's room and hijacks the story, adding himself as the ultimate protagonist who saves the world. The very obvious self-insert character instantly wipes out every threat Earth is facing at once and is praised by everyone.
Skarkle jumps out the story and assassinates him from beyond the grave. I don't know. I don't know whose grave it is, but it's someone's grave. LBP also assists in...
The writers awkwardly retcon Randy's bullshit.
LBP steals Randy's corpse and places a strap for the next while in the writer's room.
Poseidon decides he probably isn't fit to be CEO again anyway, and just lets a random other board member who is mentally stable take the position.
LBP runs for CEO.
Which is apparently a thing you can do in Hamaker Industries. Anyway, he loses.
He murders all the other candidates and tries again.
True Sigma grind set in politics.
So
somehow this works, and LBP is sworn in as the CEO of Hamaker Industries. Somehow.
Meanwhile, Sweden deploys Sweden fires to counteract the Golems. LBP sits in his chair and orders a Goreworm merch line be released.
Every single board member unanimously votes to... Hold on. For some reason, the man that lives somewhere farts. Every single board member unanimously votes to fire LBP from his position.
LBP nails all the board members weeks together and asks if they like to do that again. Oh my god.
The board members reluctantly comply.
In response to the man farting, the fart is so putrid that it causes a mass extinction event that only affects people named Jim.
Since the Sweden fighters have only just started to be produced, they are easily outnumbered and overwhelmed by the ice golems. Since a convicted mass murderer is now in charge of Hamaker Industries, hundreds of investors pull out overnight. Woke mob at work. The headquarters also becomes a frequent target of police raids. The writers try to ignore this the best they can while at work.
LBP is to repel all the police raids via filling the entryways with chlorine gas 24/7. He also releases a public statement saying he pull out. Sweden starts mitosing.
The US government decides to shut down Hamaker Industries and forcefully liquidate all its assets since it seems hopeless that LBP will ever be ousted. Meaning Game Tunes is released as an independent company again. LBP just ruined Hamaker Industries forever.
LBP runs for CEO Game Tunes.
Ohio 3 steals the Mytoast Swedens while they're not yet fully formed and adds them to itself. LBP wins the CEO election simply because the voters are afraid of what will happen if he doesn't.
In response to Ohio 3 stealing the Mytoast Swedens, this does, however, put Ohio 3 in clubbing range. It gets clubbed several times.
Ohio 3 counter clubs just as many times.
LVP decides to be a reasonable human being. Half a second later, he decides against it and orders every doorknob have the text "wiener" inscribed into it.
Incredible. 90% of Game Tunes employees quit. The company plummets in wealth.
Game Tunes turns to bath salts to cope. Sweden cuts out a chunk of Ohio 3 with a pair of scissors.
Ohio 3 counters with a rock and takes back the chunk.
Sweden does so again with a saw this time. LVP orders all of his employees to return, or else.
He's hit with several lawsuits simultaneously and is still constantly being raided by the police.
LVP begins systematically murdering all the employees who left until the remainder come back.
The government steps in again and shuts down GameTunes, liquidating all its assets and causing no one to own the rights to AUL anymore. Ohio 3 simply dodges the saw and then counterattacks by throwing a nuke at Sweden.
Sweden catches it and chucks it back at Ohio 3.
Ohio 3 deflects it again with a tennis racket.
LBP, being the CEO of GameTunes before it was liquidated, acquires the rights and starts a new company called headquartered in a square room underneath the ground in Norway.
Poseidon calls up. I like how the company is specifically called Fuck and then a comma.
Yeah.
Poseidon calls up his step-grandfather for assistance, and the writers end up continuing AUL from the inside of a big storage van. Yeah, my step-grandfather actually
Sweden
does own that.
I'm sure he does. Sweden pulls out no reverse cards. LVP enters the storage van and offers to help right.
Poseidon states that he's already probably going to face jail time for failing to do anything about LBP before it was too late, so he might as well carry on. Thus, LBP is allowed back on the writing team.
Jesus Christ.
Partially because people are scared for their lives.
LBP shrugs and sits down at a desk.
Probably should carry on with this next one, and then I'll go to the Ohio 3 stuff.
Okay. He then produces a comically old computer and begins typing up a rough draft for his part of the next few sections of the story.
Ohio 3 pulls out a +4 wild card, taking the blow from the reverse, but also sending 4 more nukes at Sweden in the process. The one nuke that hits Ohio 3 ends up hitting the stretch of unoccupied wilderness it took from Russia.
Sweden is hit, but it hits Ohio 3 with the wild draw-colored card from Uno Flip, pummeling him with orange, purple, and pink nukes until they get teal.
Ohio 3 takes out the tennis racket again and channels the power of Tennis Master Waluigi to deflect every single nuke.
The Aztecs set up for Scandinavia as it's close and also Slurper affiliated. Sweden forces to skip everyone card upon that redirects the nukes back at them. The golems are just watching at this point.
Ohio 3 then plays all 5 Exodia pieces, redirecting all the nukes, and instantly winning the game.
Well, shit. Thor Odinson himself appears, says, "Bruh," and leaves. Sweden, as a last-ditch effort, plays 4 Astroveras.
This does nothing, as summoning Exodia is an instant win, no matter how much health the opponent has.
Sweden and Ohio 3 stop playing cards and go back to fighting. The typhoon suddenly subsides. Sweden and Ohio 3 fall to the ground and land on their asses. Both in critical condition, they decide to fight in chess instead. Ohio 3 brings a shotgun to the chess match.
It eventually wins by en passant.
Sweden demands a rematch and gives himself an extra queen.
Ohio 3 uses the secret Nook piece to win again.
Ohio 3 loads points here bullet so that they'll pierce the pieces. Everyone else gets bored and leaves, including England. Neither combatant realizes.
After 10 consecutive rounds of Sweden demanding rematches, giving itself unfair advantages, and being defeated again, it finally gives up and reluctantly merges with Ohio 3.
The original Sweden from before Sweden time traveled flees.
I do not know where Sweden went. It might still be gone.
Probably.
Also, fun fact, it wouldn't even be the original Sweden because its land has already been replaced by Ohio 2, and then reformed into Sweden later.
Yeah, see.
Satisfied with this victory, even if it failed to take England, Ohio 3 leaves. Knives Jimmy leads a national coordinated effort to paddle England back to where it's supposed to be. The border conflicts with Scotland and Wales resume. Meanwhile, back in Green, I'm just imagining the soldiers of Scotland and Wales just awkwardly waiting for the English border to show up again. Meanwhile, back in Greenland, Techno convenes with Murderfist, Plaguefucker, and Filza. He explains to them that the Gore Worms are looking to rebuild the revival machine. Listen, there is no chance we can go into Denmark and stop them alone. We have no clue how powerful they really are, but I have an idea.
What's it? Replies Murderfist.
Okay, so, you know how Danny O'Donnell built that original machine? What if he had prototypes somewhere?
Okay.
Then the most likely person to know where we might be able to find a prototype would be the person closest to him, his widowed wife.
Then ways to find her.
That's right. It's time to go on a grand journey. Techno builds a nether portal, and the group travels through the nether... Was upon a time. I think that's supposed to say once upon a time. Techno knocks on the door, and Claire answers. Technoblade, she exclaims. Of all people, why would you show up on my doorstep? Is that really a Scottish accent? Hold on. Technoblade, she explains. Of all people, why would you show up on my doorstep? Technoblade reminds her that Danny revived him to help take down Carcass Land. He introduces Filza, Murderfist, and Plaguefucker, who he promises are working to become better. You know, everyone makes mistakes. We all commit a massacre or two, but as long as we own up to it, we've still got some principles. Claire nods nervously and then greets the others.
Okay. Plaguefucker scoffs. Lot more than two. Murderfist elbows him in the ribs.
The group enters the house. So, Techno explains.
Wow, this is a lot.
Oh, God! Please take over all lines after I'm done reading this.
Yeah, I can do that.
So, Techno explains. We have reason to believe the... Okay, sorry, I'm going to start from the beginning. The group enters the house. So, Techno explains. We have reason to believe the Gore Worms are trying to find the pieces of your late husband's revival device. I can only imagine their plans with them will be disastrous. If we get to that machine first, we could revive so many people capable of fighting them. We were wondering if you ever had access to any prototypes before Danny finalized the machine. Claire nods. I do have one, she says. Follow me. She leads them to the basement of their house, where, much to everyone's shock, Walter White is seen working with a machine that looks very similar to Danny's. Wait, Walter White? Techno asks. Walt turns to face him, causing the Breaking Bad theme to ominously play in the background. Hello, Technoblade. How funny it is that we've finally met. Seems like the cancer duo has united at last. Techno is shocked. Didn't you die? Walt walks up to Techno. You see, Mr. Blade, there are many facets to this situation. Yes, it is true in the literal sense that Mike assassinated me with a simple bullet. But you must understand, after the unfortunate passing of Daniel O'Donnell, Claire over here began tinkering with this prototype, trying to find a way to bring him back. But with this machine being so complex, she was only able to get it to the point where it could revive the recently deceased. By then my death hadn't been so long ago. She figured she could use another brilliant mind to go along with her own. After all, chemistry is a big part of how this thing works. And just like that, I was revived, right here in this house. This has been my home for years now. Gus and Mike have no idea. At least, as far as I'm aware. I'll take them down one day, but Claire and I agree that we need Danny himself back to figure out how to fully utilize the powers of this industrial wonder. At that point, Claire speaks up. I would also say Technoblade and his allies need Danny back for their own plans. We all ought to work together to improve the machine. Only then will we be able to harness it to its fullest extent. So what do you all say? Seems like a fine arrangement to me, Walt nods. I'm all for it, Techno crosses his arms, before turning to his allies. How are we feeling about this? Philza nods in approval, and Techno awaits the opinions of Murderfist and Plaguefucker.
Murderfist says, seems like the plan. Plaguefucker crosses his arms and nods.
Please take all the lines for a while.
God. Yeah, I can do it. Hank J. Wimbledon emerges from a nearby closet. Freddy Fazbear jacks off. He then enters Jackta and is repossessed. The Lone Sharks open their own version of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Freddy Fazshark's Loneria is very popular. Meanwhile, the Syndicate, Claire, and Walter, now informally known as the Resurrectors, are working on the machine. I think it would make the most sense if we revive Danny first, as soon as the machine is able to, and to do that, since he would know more about true capacity and limits, Phil suggests. Artifist agrees. You know what's funny? Techno asks. This prototype is fundamentally different from the now destroyed finished version in one very crucial way. That finished version reminds me exactly where my body was. This prototype seems to revive people nearby it. Maybe Danny revised the design so I wouldn't be revived in the middle of Carcass Lane, since I'd be in immediate danger then.
Yeah, that would
Also,
be a problem, I think.
Yeah, just a little. Also, this one's a different color. Murderfist uses a different part of the workshop to prepare his slaughter saber. Who said that? Demoman TF2 proudly proclaims, "It was me!" Claire calmly explains that Demoman has also been a regular guest at her home lately. Probably because she has free alcohol. Blakefucker says, "Oh, it's that guy." Remember him? Work on the prototype machine continues. The Resurrectors pool their research and expertise together to try and figure out how to get the machine to be able to revive anyone who died at that point. At any point. Plaguefucker suggests beating it up so it's too afraid to not work right. Walt reprimands him on why this is a fundamentally idiotic idea. It's fragile. Mechanics is a realm you don't understand. Plaguefucker holds up his gun and says, "I know how this works. Put it down, you insolent child. You can't tell me what to do with my own gun." Techno intervenes to calm the situation.
Oh, I forget my voice isn't good enough yet.
Murderfist socks Plaguefucker square in the face, an old Carcassian gesture of calm the fuck down. Techno starts thinking back to when he was revived and how he felt during that moment to see if he can find any clues on how to improve the machine. Murderfist suggests adding rum. Wait a minute, Claire points out. He used to work for Carcassland, so maybe he'd have some memories of how that machine operated. Daniel told me it was built for Galway, not Technoblade. You plan to use it, so you plan to use it, is that right? Murderfist says, "I wouldn't have known him. I wouldn't have enough the command chain. I wouldn't have enough the command chain to know nothing about how the machine worked." Fair enough. She turns to Plaguefucker. "And you?" The car fucker appears. Plaguefucker shakes its head and says, "Me neither." Murderfist says, "Only Carcass fucker hired that cast tear the machine. So that's Dan the workers, of course." The workers? Techno asks. By any chance, would we be able to find one of those workers? Plaguefucker replies, "They were all killed once it was finished for this exact reason." You didn't spare anyone? No? Wait a minute, Phil points out. Battle between Danny and Lickvold Six-Man's full name, for some reason. He should have died here. This is a plot hole.
That's true. That's true. Good point. I didn't consider that.
Wasn't it streamed live to the entire world? I mean, yeah, maybe easily accessible records of what the machine looks like. Maybe they'd help us figure out what we're doing. I mean, outward appearance probably won't help much. But the machine was ripped apart by the Lone Shark Typhoon. Oh, sorry. The machine was ripped apart by the Lone Shark Typhoon, wasn't it? Claire points out. We'd be able to see inside. Piece would be shredded, though. Blind sharks tend to do that. Well, there's not much we can do. Bit of a long shot, but I think it's a best bet. Techno agrees. Plaguefucker nods. Maybe we'll at least find something. Plaguefucker shrugs. Murderfist reveals his newly repaired slaughter saber, complete with new improvements. I actually reacted to the fight live, so I can just pull up my stream records, Phil explains. He then does so, and the whole group begins rewatching the scene. The sight of Lickfold seems to have an effect on the two ex-carcasses. Claire, too, is saddened by the sight of her late husband. Walt looks carefully as he can for any important details. Murderfist suddenly angles the tip of his sword toward Techno subconsciously. Techno notices and puts a hand on his shoulder. Max comrade, not here anymore. None of them are. Murphys nods and says, "Yeah, just messing with the old brain meats a little."
Okay, you know what? It's probably fine for me to continue again, but sorry, finish that line.
Yeah, one second.
My
he
bad.
sheathes his sword just to be.
I think your voice cut off with that one. Can you repeat that?
1 second. He sheathes his sword just to be sure. My voice is tired.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you a moment. I'm gonna get more water for my own voice. Go and entertain my chat. I'm gonna be back in a moment.
Hi guys, I'm playing Advance Wars. Yeah, I have this game running where, basically, I'm playing as a bunch of penguins fighting the Russians, and I'm, where I'm playing this map where like, okay, so one time I'm playing on this map called Cycles to Gehenna, I think that I don't know how you pronounce it. I've played this map before, and I was fighting someone on the Global League, right? And I put my infantry on one of these cities, and the thing about one of these cities is that it's really fucking close to the HQ, right? And if I capture the HQ, I win the game. None of you are gonna know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I just want to rant. So I unknowingly put it really close to the HQ, and I guess my opponent didn't see this coming because they left their HQ completely unguarded. So I come back to the game after a moment, and you know I'm looking at the battlefield, and I go, hey wait a second, this is kind of funny, isn't it? And so I decide to interrupt my own capture of the city to start capturing his HQ, and he only has 2 units in range to interrupt it. So I move one of my other infantry in the way. And yeah, thing is, he can still possibly deny the capture if he gets his power, right? So I basically deleted the rest of my army, and yeah, I had about what 6 units compared to their 26. I just won because there was literally nothing he could do about it, and yeah, it was great. So yeah, I'm not saying I want to do that again, but I am saying it would be really funny if I did. You know? I'm just saying. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be really funny if it did. So anyway, yeah, I've also got what other games do I have actually? Let me check. Oh yeah, I have this one game going where everyone's playing as a Jugger who gets random luck damage on all of his attacks. So yeah, there's 2 teams, 2 persons, 2 people per team, and we're all playing as Jugger, and we just have to go with the flow. So yeah, that's going well. My teammate is currently bringing out a bunch of indirects against the other guy, who is also rushing out indirects, and meanwhile I'm just it's just kind of a meat grinder on my front. So you know. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, I've also got this 16-person match. 2 teams, 8 people per team, and yeah, fog of war. So it kind of takes a while for it to cycle back to my turn because there's just that many people, and not everyone's gonna be online all the time. But you know, this is what was. I mean, it's entertaining. I gotta admit, like 16 people, it's like 8 armies per side, and we're all playing as. Okay, a lot of us picked like Colin or Combine. That makes sense. We were allowed some pretty high-ranking CEOs up in this match. I noticed I took one look at this map and went, wow, that's a lot of fucking properties, isn't it? And so I picked the property specialist, Kindle. So I chose Kindle because one of their powers is Urban Blight. It deals 3 damage to all enemy units on any kind of property at all. And in a map with eight different armies you have to fight and a shit ton of properties, that's not half bad. Global damage ain't half bad here, especially because we have a bunch of bases to work with. And then we also get High Society, which increases firepower a tiny amount for every property you own. Very, very situational from what I've heard, but there are situations where it's viable, and who knows? Someone else picked Kindle, so maybe we got the same idea there. Maybe they'll go for High Society. Who knows? It'd be funny to watch at the very least. But anyway, Poseidon, are you back yet? Or
I am in fact back, and
I
I actually listened to that entire thing because my headphones are Bluetooth. I understood very little of what you were saying, but it was entertaining.
Okay, good.
I remember the army deletion story from like a few days ago. So that's kind of just amazingly funny.
Anyway, my voice hurts.
Right. Wait, Walt suddenly says, pointing at the screen. At one shot during the live stream, he notices what seems to be a golden apple inserted into a certain area. That apple, isn't it glowing? Techno sees it too and realizes what this means. Claire also realizes and opens up the prototype she has, revealing a golden apple inside. A golden apple that isn't glowing. That's it, Techno remarks. The finished machine had an enchanted golden apple, not a regular one. That might be why the prototype is limited. Would you prefer I read the next few?
That would be great, thank.
Plaguefucker asks, well, how do we enchant ours? No need. Techno whips out an enchanted golden apple of his own. I always carry a good 6 or 7 stacks of these. They come in handy fairly often. I would imagine. Techno inserts this enchanted golden apple into the prototype, and it immediately starts acting up. It starts reenacting the opening scene of Romeo and Juliet. Eventually, it gets bored of reciting some random woman's desire to bang someone and stops. Woke Whitney.
Oh, God.
Probably just something Daniel put in for testing, Claire says. The machine then starts... Probably just something Daniel put in for testing, Claire says. The machine then starts reciting lorem ipsum text. Shut the fuck up, you pathetic hag! She suddenly shouts in the most aggressive Scottish accent one could have. The machine instantly stops. She then goes over and starts pressing buttons. I should be able to revive Daniel now. Give me a second. She continues pressing buttons. And... done. A golden beam then shoots out of the machine? Not the window. A golden beam then shoots out of the machine and into a nearby part of the room where the matter of a skeleton appears. It then transforms into flesh, and when the beam disappears, none other than Danny O'Donnell stands there. After all these years, he immediately stumbles and gasps, glancing at his surroundings. Plaguefucker steps forward and says, Welcome back. By God, I've been plucked right back into the realm of the living. He immediately whips out his bagpipe and stands defensively, not realizing Plaguefucker and Murderfist aren't his enemies anymore. Plaguefucker raises his hands and says, Calm down, we're not your enemies anymore. Daniel simply gives him a puzzled look. Carcassland was destroyed years ago. We're just remnants. Claire does her best to explain the situation, with Techno contributing a little bit. Well, that's a shocker, Danny remarks. I jealous. I can barely read this. I jealous that's why I eventually saw through. Then, fucking hell. I jealous that's I jealous to try of ye eventually saw through the nonsense. A good tie by pals again, aye. Plaguefucker nods and says, yeah. He then says, but there's something you may want to hear. Aye, Danny asks. A carcass lamb was destroyed, but gore slurperism, wasn't. It went away for a while, but now it's back. Not quite as powerful, but definitely a problem. And we need your help to stop yet another... That's not the right voice. And we need your help to stop yet another carcass war from starting, Techno adds. I do specify, carcass war. There's currently a fourth world war going on. Nationalists started rising up by exploiting the fear of gore slurperism, so there's that. Oh, and John, Ohio has a massive mobile island with tentacles now. Always knew he was crazy. On the bright side, your machine worked. Now we're both alive again. Suddenly, the door is wrenched off its hinges and slams onto the floor. A figure entering soon after. I probably read that out of order. On the bright side, your machine worked. Now we're both alive again. Incredible! Marvelous! Danny exclaims. Well, now that I'm back, I can help you make this prototype a muckle more powerful device. Once we harness his capabilities, we can take down governamentalism for good. Walt cocks his... Suddenly, the door is wrenched off its hinges and slams onto the floor, a figure entering soon after. Walt cocks his gun. Now, who in godforsaken hell would try to break in, he asks. It better not be fucking Mike. If he found me, we're all in trouble. Okay, can you start reading again? Your lines, anyway?
Yeah, sorry, I was taking the time to plan out my moves in one of my matches. Where are we?
Right as, okay, the last line I read is, if he found me, we're all in trouble. It's the last one I read.
I see. If only it... Do you want me to read, or...?
Oh, your voice totally cut out if you did read that.
My bad. Riding into the room.
Your voice cut out again, but from the other direction.
Motherfucker.
I do not know what's going on.
Did you hear that?
I only heard the part that's in the quotes. That's it.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
If it were.
Wait, are you saying the other part of the quote? Of the line?
I'm saying the quotes. Can you not hear me?
Are you just saying the quote, or are you saying the other part of the line, though?
I'm saying, if only it were, says LBW striding into the room. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. Jesus.
Close enough, I'll take it. Danny turns around with an accusatory look on his face. Yay! He then looks puzzled. Who are ye? We've never met.
You've no doubt heard that gore slipperism has returned, Daniel. LBW spreads his arms, the cybernetics whirring and clanking as they move into place. I am he who facilitated it. I am the gore slipper's greatest living prophets. I am the lord of what you insipid mortals call the goreworms. And I am the death of all they who the mighty gore slipper calls enemy. LBW's voice easily carries through the whole room, sounding as if you were right next to the gang.
I'll tell you what you are, Claire interjects. You're intruding on my property. Get the fuck out. Techno steps forth and brandishes the orphan obliterator. That's right. Leave!
LBW swings his hammer at Techno.
The two engage in a brief fight before LBW catches Techno off guard. Phil jumps in the way to save his life instinctively. You know, as a good friend would.
Yeah. The hammer blow shatters Phil's ribs and throws him to the floor.
One hammer blow.
Yeah.
Techno yells out, Phil! He tries to charge LBW before it's too late.
LBW knees Techno in the gut and kicks him into the opposite wall. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I displease you? Will this help? LBW stomps his metal foot into Phil's skull, crushing and spraying viscera about the room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that happened. Holy shit, he had to be punished for saying Glickvold's true name and not dying.
Oh, true.
He got anti-cheated.
He got anti-cheated. Oh, God.
LBW installed Watchdog.
Holy shit, dude. That actually insane.
I remember when
Actually.
LBP suggested killing Claire, and I was like, you probably shouldn't kill Claire because we just introduced Claire.
Yeah. You know.
Everyone just stands there in shock. He still wanted someone to die in the scene, so I suggested, I guess, Phil.
Yeah.
Everyone just stands there in shock.
Ames is going at LBW.
I'm not talking about like the real person, Phil. It's like the character from the roleplays, except also for some reason he is a streamer in real life who is also the same character. I don't know.
Stands there in
He's
shock,
just not the real
and we
person
don't
in
mean
real
septic
life.
shock. We don't mean
Yeah.
septic shock, folks.
Just regular shock. Everyone stands in regular shock.
Just regular shock. Standard run-of-the-mill shock.
Yeah. I believe you have a line here.
I thought I already read it. Plaguefucker aims his gun at LBW.
Bloody murder, in the literal sense, Danny exclaims. Techno falls to his knees and clutches his head in pain. Claire springs into action and tries to reach the revival machine, which, yeah, would be a really obvious course of action given what happened.
LBW fires his grappling hook at Claire, pulling her from the machine.
Danny tries to whack LBW with his bagpipe. Walt tries firing at him with his gun. It's all in vain. Ow! Jesus, fuck my leg. I rammed my leg into my desk.
Oh, God. You good?
The gore slurperist court curse got me.
Oh. LBW instinctively dodges just before Walt fires, thundering his fist into Danny's face and firing his hook once more, this time bringing the machine to him. Until we meet again, he says, before raising his hammer and disappearing in a beam of black flame, as one does, along with the machine.
Fook! Danny shouts out loud in his Scottish accent. Techno is still having a mental breakdown as he cries over Phil's body, which, yeah, I mean, obviously. Eventually, he gets back up and clenches his fist in rage. So what now? He asks, clearly pissed off. We need that machine back as soon as possible. But we don't know where it is, Claire says. We have no idea where that worm went. I forgot to use the Scottish accent. But we don't know where it is, Claire says. We have no idea where that worm went. Techno sighs. Well, we have to find it then. I won't let Phil's death be in vain. Danny steps forth. Technoblade, I ken your pain. Aye per day, he says. But that is nae the only thing we have to worry about. At least in regards to your mucker, I can build a flesh machine to resurrect them. It will take time, but it can be done. What we will nae be able to do, however, is prevent that worm from using the machine. They just took they God kens wit. Techno considers this. You're right. I completely lost track of what the last bit of that sentence was saying. I know what... Okay. Techno considers this. Simple terms, it's bad that LBW has the machine because he'll use it for his purposes. Techno considers this.
That's
You're right.
the TLDR. But...
Yeah, you're right. I know what Phil would want, and first and foremost, he wants to focus on the mission. We need to find that machine and get it out of their hands before they unleash something awful. Who's with me?
Blake fucker extends his hand. I am. Murderfist does the same.
So do Claire and Danny. Walt just kinda stands there for a moment before doing the same. I suppose you could say I am as well. I do know someone who could help right now, if only a little bit. You've probably heard of the guy. Techno turns to face him. Oh, really? He asks. We could use that help. Walt nods. Yes, of course. And on that note, I'd better call Saul.
A shark immediately... A shark immediately flies through the wall. Turns out there's a typhoon out just sides.
God damn it, that was supposed to be the dramatic cliffhanger. Walt yells, get this thing out of here. Danny immediately whacks the shark out of the house with a bagpipe. The scene then cuts to black.
The scene goes to black. A black metal cover of the Breaking Bad theme plays. The sound of band members desperately trying to ignore several dozen sharks currently being flung into them at terminal velocity can be heard as well. Oh my god. The scene... Do you want to continue?
Yeah. I don't think it's very long until the next, the arc ends, I think.
Okay. The scene cuts to Copenhagen, Denmark. A great spire of skulls has been constructed.
They were obtained by killing all the residents of the nearby rival cities of Sievenhagen and Maldenhagen, I guess. Ohio 3 stops by to snatch up... It's probably better if I read this in this order. Ohio 3 stops by to snatch up Sievenhagen and Maldenhagen since there's no longer anyone protecting them.
Atop this spire are the leaders of every Gore Slurpers faction. LBW, representing the Gore Worms. Good Sealer, the leader of the Gales. Xorchif Piliestilazzolini of the Gorstex. Kaleoka, head of the Gore Crows.
The writers send John Ohio a cease and desist letter because some cool shit is about to happen. John Ohio assures the writers he was just going to grab the cities and be on his way before any of the cool shit really got started.
LBP enters the story, says no, and leaves.
Ohio 3. And Ohio 3 leaves with a suspiciously Sievenhagen and Maldenhagen shaped throat.
Okay. Anyway, the four leaders stand in a circle around a central altar, one for each cardinal direction. Each is joined by three trusted confidants, making 12. Gore Slurper's holy number.
When a 13th confidant shows up, they are promptly murdered and have their skull added to the pile.
Every attendee chants in their own dialect of Slurperian, reciting Gore Slurper's hymns.
Meanwhile, back at the O'Donnell household, Saul, assemble everyone you can. And I mean everyone. We're in a very volatile situation. Walt says as he calls Saul over the phone. There's a pause as Saul responds, though the others can't hear it, I suppose. Yes, even Jesse. Call everyone now. He hangs up and puts down the phone. Just then, Techno, Murderfist, and Plaguefucker all receive notifications. It's a call from Erwin Kruckenberg, who has been chilling in Greenland with the Syndicate ever since Murderfist broke him out of prison. Oh, I think it's ending soon. This arc, anyway.
Murderfist picks up his phone.
Oh, we have a TV. We can hook that up to, if that'd be better. Claire points out.
Murderfist nods and connects to the TV.
Erwin shows up on
phone.
the TV. Yeah. Erwin shows up on screen. Hello again. How's the mission going? Techno glances at Phil's mangled corpse. Could be better. Oh, who am I kidding? Phil's fucking dead. This worm guy broke in and like the Kool-Aid man and just stomped on him. He went down saving my life. And all of a sudden, Gamma's nations just fucking float up into the air and leave. They have been subjected to the fourth law of motion. Due to legal reasons, this does not happen until after the current important scene. Anyway, Techno starts tearing up a little and tries to hide it. Look, we're gonna try to figure this out. It's rough, but we're coming up with a plan. Ah, yes, a tragedy. Oh, that's a different person's line. Ah, yes, a tragedy. I wish there was something I could do to help, Erwin agrees. Good news is we got Danny back, Techno says, gesturing to Danny. Even worse, says Demoman TF2. What a lot of alcohol!
I'll improve my sword, Murderfist adds.
Oh, he's still here? Walt asks, glancing at Demoman.
Yep, Blake fucker replies.
He gets like this, it's probably best to just continue... Hold on, I didn't realize he was saying that. He gets like this, it's probably best to just continue the conversation around him, Claire explains. I have some good news of my own, Erwin announces. He then shows off a caged animal in the background, caught by the camera. It's a shark. A lone shark, in fact. And not just any lone shark. Mark the shark. I was able to capture this lone shark. His name is Mark. He doesn't like the other loan sharks very much. Apparently Skarkle kidnapped him. He said it was a long story. Mark pipes up from inside the cage. Yeah, whatever, dude, he says. You haven't forgotten our arrangement, right? Of course not, Erwin explains. I'll set you free, as long as you follow through with your end of the bargain. Techno furrows his eyebrows. Just for the sake of transparency, what exactly is this bargain you're talking about? I feel like that's something you should elaborate on. Well, Erwin starts cackling. Then he sighs as the gang in O'Donnell's house exchange nervous glances. You'll find out in a moment. Okay.
The scene cuts back to... Yeah? The scene cuts back to Copenhagen. As the chants continue, a Galeriarch approaches the machine atop the central altar. He opens a small hat on the sides, revealing the glowing apple at its core. This is so Homestuck core, holy shit.
True.
He reaches into the machine, extracting the apple as another kneels before him, offering a midnight black pulsing object. The apple is tossed aside as the item is interred within the machine. The two Galeriarchs exit the spire as the skulls begin to rattle. The chanters ascend the steps of the altar and form a circle around the machine. They briefly cease their chant before, in preternatural unison, they recite the final words, transcendent of dialect. LBW steps forward and presses buttons on the machine. And the world goes silent for a few eternal seconds. But then, the mouth of every skull in the spire snaps open and spews forth a gout of brilliantly white flame, accompanied by a deafening screech of horror and agony. The flames bend and coalesce just above the machine, forming a great flaming orb.
This isn't actually part of the ritual. The skulls just do that sometimes.
Loboto is clubbed and disemboweled for interrupting the baddest scene. The flames cease pouring from the skulls, and the orb floats idle above the machine for a few seconds before firing a bolt of equally brilliant lightning into the skies. Then splits off, the smaller bolts impacting across the globe as carcasses long dead rise from their would-be perpetual slumber. But 13 particular beams do not travel far. They arc towards what was once Carcass Lands, now an abandoned tumor growing from Sweden's landmass. A final screech heard around the world issues forth from the throats of every carcass, as the man who nearly set the earth to burn rises once more. Lick Voltseximent sped parts smaculars.
Revival powers go. Meanwhile, back at the O'Donnell home, Erwin starts uncontrollably laughing. Is he always like that? What the fuck sort of voice was that? Is he always like this? Mark asks from the background. Alright. I'm giving you an instant revival clap.
Holy shit. I'm back.
Alright. Did you lose any of your Advance Wars campaigns?
No, I don't know. Not yet.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still kicking.
Yo.
Okay, anyway.
Is he always like this? Is he always like this? Mark asks from the background.
Murphy says, as far as I remember.
Erwin, you're really starting to concern me, Techno says. Erwin, not Aaron, continues. You fools! The jig is up. How do you think LBW found your location in the first place? I've been cooperating with the Slurper this entire time. I was promised my own domain to rule under their new empire. Domain? Like Jujutsu Kaisen. And I will bring Germany to heights never before seen. But first I must unleash the beast that will tear down the new order. And with that, Mark, repossess away. The entire room on the other side of the call is in shock.
Wait, what is he repossessing? Plague fucker asks.
I can't believe this, Techno shakes his head. Murderfist trusted you. For reasons I have yet to understand, but the point is he trusted you.
Guys, Hitler 2.0 just told the shark to repossess away. Repossess what?
Excuse me. Don't compare me to that loser. He had such little talent that he had to make a... He had such little talent that he had to bullshit, but... I can't read this today. Hold on. He had such little talent that he had to bullshit up fanfiction about somehow being a member of some master race. Besides, my massacres will be indiscriminate. And as for your question, wouldn't you like to know? Erwin returns to his unhinged laughter.
I would, thank you very much.
Alright, I'm ready, Mark says. And just like that, Mark repossesses the quantum barrier separating the Gore Slurper from the realm of the living.
Oh, fuck.
Done. Now are you gonna let me go? And send me far away from Skarkle, preferably? Of course, my friend. Up, and away you go. Erwin suddenly activates a rocket on the side of Mark's cage and propels him into space. I don't get paid enough for any of this! Mark screeches as his voice slowly fades away.
Murderface and Plague Fucker suddenly collapse.
Danny and Claire turn to Techno. What did that shark just do? Claire asks. I don't know, Techno says. They'll have fun, Erwin declares before closing the call. He's one of the most fun characters to voice.
Yeah. As if on cue, the roof of the house is torn away, revealing a massive hole in the sky. As if it were a window somebody threw a baseball through. Beyond it is what appears to be a jagged jet-black mountain range against a white vortex-like sun. All manner of eldritch horror creatures begin spilling forth from the hole. Newly revived carcasses immediately begin killing everything in sight, taking many nations by surprise as they aren't used to the sheer ferocity of Kirk's battle doctrine. Submarines sink
I
the
feel
hole
like
using
they would
torpedoes.
be, considering they fought an entire war against that.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Submarines sink the hole using torpedoes.
Somehow.
The eldritch horrors start coming out of the ocean instead.
Ohio 3 pretends to be one of the Eldritch Horrors so that they won't attack it, which, you know, would be pretty easy. I feel like they blend in.
In the process, about 3/4 of its population drowns.
1598 points out that this is mathematically impossible as more than half of Ohio 3's population consists of ice golems and they don't need to breathe to survive. The writers amend the previous event so that only 3/4 of its human population drowned. The ice golems, on the other hand, have a massive pool party.
Pressure differences pick off the remaining humans.
3805 uses his powers to save some of the humans he's befriended over the last while. A fishing rod is used to retrieve as many of the human corpses as possible and use them to make Mark II ice golems. The GPC is now in full crisis mode as the carcasses are beginning to swarm many nations, and they've just lost 2 of their most powerful member states because they randomly floated off into space. Thank you, Gamma. A scramble for land quickly begins now that Africa, Australia, Southern Europe, a good amount of Southern Asia, and most of South America are occupied. Or unoccupied, I mean. The GPC is thankfully able to secure Africa due to its troops already being there, because Vertigreen wouldn't defend itself. The African Union is established as a new country. With Australia, they aren't so lucky as the Emu Empire nags it first.
Scarco extends to a constant oil storm in Brazil to shut down potential naval invasions.
Ohio 3, still pretending to be one of the Eldritch Horrors, takes Australia while no one else has easy access to it. They have to sail there and brave all the Eldritch Horrors in the process.
The submarines start turning the Middle East into more submarines. Meanwhile, the Emu Empire starts eating Ohio 3.
3805 suggests a compromise where Ohio 3 takes only Tasmania. Meanwhile, Los Pollos Hermanos ends up claiming Mexico and Central America. When the emus are in the process of signing off on the agreement, John Ohio alters the terms last second so that it's instead the emus only getting Tasmania. The emus simply eat the treaty, rendering it null and void. 3805 suggests the same compromise again, but without the fuckery. John Ohio says that 3805 isn't being aggressive enough and should at least go for a bit more than just Tasmania.
The emus unveil the secret rocket launchers hidden in their beaks in Point at John, Ohio.
3805 asks for a 50-50 split of Australia. Upon seeing the rocket launchers, he then says, on second thought, that might be pushing it. With a flip guard, I presume.
Yeah.
John Ohio snaps his fingers and summons a bunch of Mark III ice golems to his aid, which all have rocket launchers of their own. 3805 says, on third thought, I still stand by my offer.
The emus unveil the secret rocket launchers hidden beneath their wings.
3805 decides to hold a lecture on why it would be mutually beneficial to divide Australia equally. I think I was just trying to get past this plot point so I could go back to changing the status quo. The
emu's toe is open to reveal more rocket launchers behind them.
The Mark III ice golems unveil the secret bowling ball launchers in their eyes.
The emus grow rocket ball launchers on their foreheads in sync.
At the end of 3805's lecture, he cites a well-known quote by John Locke. In hundreds of years' time, I deem it so that it would be best for the Emu Empire and Ohio 3 to split Australia equally. I have spoken. This is true, he actually said this.
The rocket ball launchers become dual rocket ball launchers.
The Mark III ice golems reveal that the bowling balls launched by their bowling ball launchers are each armed with 3 dual rocket ball launchers. 3805 tells everyone to calm the fuck down as he's trying to resolve this peacefully.
The dual rocket ball launchers become quad rocket ball launchers. Every other emu-owned launcher becomes a quad launcher.
The Mark III ice golems reveal that their fingers are actually Infi rocket ball launchers +1.
Christ.
3805 politely explains to John Ohio that if he hadn't fucked with the original deal, they wouldn't be in this situation right now. He argues that Ohio 3 is wasting its time trying to one-up this random empire no one cares about when it could be doing more important things.
The emus draw the moat card from Shotgun King, immediately creating a moat that bisects the room. This prevents the golems from attacking from the other side of the moat.
John Ohio tells the emus that he'll settle for only a quarter of Australia. 3805 turns back to the emus and says, 25-75 split, take it or leave it.
The emus accepts.
3805 speaks to John again and says, well, that could have gone worse, I guess. Unbeknownst to the emus, 3805 forgot to specify which side would be getting the 25 and which would be getting the 75. So now Ohio 3 actually has 3/4 of Australia. It promptly runs away before the emus can process this information.
The emus fire all of their rockets at Ohio 3 in protest, wiping out a significant chunk of the land mass in one go.
3805 size. Ohio 3 unleashes heavy counterfire with his Mark III ice golems and wipes out most of emu-occupied Australia.
The emus reload and launch a second assault.
They miss. Ohio 3 escapes. The emus swear revenge on Ohio 3.
Ohio 3 accidentally escapes into space somehow. I don't really know.
The emus then start violently shitting all over the place, with their excrement soon reforming all the land they lost somehow.
Milo de la Croix spends baked beans to assist.
This is totally not because Poseidon doesn't want to have to remove a huge chunk of Australia during the next map update. John Ohio I remember just editing together various land masses for Ohio 3. John Ohio quickly puts on his Ohio spacesuit and decides to let Ohio 3 orbit the Earth for a while until the situation down below cools down. That's fair enough. Meanwhile, Gus Fring, who has now claimed Mexico as part of Los Pollos Hermanos, declares that it will be renamed to Mexico in honor of his old business partner from decades ago as one final fuck you to Don Eladio in the cartel.
It immediately turns into an apocalyptic wasteland where everyone competes for oil. Everyone also gains an Australian accent.
Gus shrugs and goes back to making plans. Meanwhile, South America is fully conquered by the loan sharks.
The oil storm encompasses all of South America as well as its perimeter. No one from Mexico thinks to head south to South America for oil.
The GPC is able to occupy the empty land in southern Europe and establishes Italy and Greece as independent countries. Intermarium annexes the land of the Yugoslav countries bar Slovenia, which is currently an independent Slurperia state. I bet... I hope none of you forgot about that.
The submarines finish submarizing the Middle East and move on to South Asia. The Middle East submarines are packed together to make it look like there's nothing changed about the Middle East.
The Middle Eastern rebels, who had previously been fighting for their freedom, aren't very pleased with this development. However, they aren't sure what to do now. Just then, Sean Marshall contacts them and tells them Stellafolium is withdrawing funding as they have much bigger priorities. Furious, the rebels decide to do everything they can to resist the subs in one last stand, even if it results in their demise. This is literally just America Corps several times.
Yeah.
In history.
The rebels are turned into submarines.
One second.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back at the O'Donnell household. This looks like one of Jesse's drug-induced acid trips, Walt remarks, glancing up at the sky. God only knows how he knows that.
Like fucker also looks up to the sky. Never thought I'd say this.
Is that it? Is that the Gore Slurper? Techno asks.
I can't be sure.
You might as well read this next line just to connect it better.
Okay. I can't be sure. I think that's actually the Gore Slurper. Might be a portal of sorts to its realm.
Either way, something tells me whatever Erwin had that shark do led to this, Techno adds. A chorus of gunfire rings out as jets, planes, and helicopters reach the scene, trying to fight back against the surge of carcass beasts.
They are not very successful, as the creatures are very powerful and very numerous.
Stephen King assassinates LBP for excessive use of the word very. That doesn't actually happen. Whatever the case... Oh, that's Claire. Whatever the case, we need to get out of here, Claire says. A bit to our motor will nae fit a body, Danny argues. You're right. Our car won't fit all of us, Claire agrees. But I know what to do. What's your plan, Techno asks. Claire clears her throat, then speaks one simple word. Boss! Everyone duck now!
Blake Fucker and Murderfist duck.
I love how that's a running gag. The gang has only moments to take cover
Yeah.
as a bus materializes right above them. Everyone does so, and the bus lands, destroying a good portion of the house.
That was, Why the fuck did you learn to do that? Blake Fucker asks.
Oh, that's a pity. Better get everything that's important, Danny remarks, seeing the destruction. He starts rummaging through his stuff and loading it up onto the bus. Danny taught me that trick. He picked up on it when he was part of Carcass Land, Claire explains. Once everything valuable is loaded onto the bus, the gang boards and Claire starts driving. All hell is breaking loose around them. And all hell is breaking loose around them as the bus travels through the chaotic streets of Scotland.
Several carcasses grab onto the bus and try to board it.
Claire has to harness the full extent of her driving skills to avoid hitting rogue sheep dashing across the road.
Blake Fucker begins shoving carcasses off the bus, but shows visible restraints.
Techno notices this and crawls through the hatch on the roof to get to the top of the bus, where he begins slicing carcasses with the Orphan Obliterator, taking pressure off of Plague Fucker.
And Blake Fucker stops to look at one particular carcass. This is... Never mind. He mutters something under his breath and kicks the carcass off. Murderfist punches carcasses off the bus, showing less restraint than Plague Fucker, but gradually slowing down.
Danny takes a look at the scene playing out in size. Somehow this world is even worse than the end I left. Although I jealously at least got to spend time without that darned ghost slurper clawing down your door.
Plague Fucker stops for a moment and shakes his head before going back to kicking carcasses off the bus.
A giant vulture-like creature tries to swoop down and knock the bus off course, but Techno fireworks it right in the eye. The vulture carcass, its eye having been blown up by the firework, ends up colliding with a traffic pole, and the collision results in a massive explosion of innards and entrails.
Plague Fucker holds up one carcass and throws him almost over the edge. At the explosion, the last of the carcasses are thrown off the bus.
Regardless, the pursuit continues with more carcasses trying to catch up. Techno deters a good amount of them by shooting at them with his firework crossbow, but that alone is not enough.
Plague Fucker sighs, readying himself before half-heartedly shooting a couple rounds from his gun into the crowd, taking care not to actually hit any.
Where are we even going? Walt asks. We're close to the front line with England, Claire explains. Just over that bunch of hills, she points out. There's bound to be a bunch of military personnel over there, and Danny and I are top priority agents of Scotland, so we can easily get them to take us to safety. Would that explain why the Scottish military came to the scene so fast, Walt asks? Because the front line is right up ahead? Yes, Claire nods. Duh, obviously.
Oil starts siphoning itself out of the bus.
Danny takes notice first. God damn it! The bus is leaking oil faster than I leak my piss after a muckle bottle of whiskey.
Due to a technicality in the United States Constitution, the whole world is now technically Australia and has been for centuries. The oil grows legs and runs away. Some bullshit happens.
Walt takes note of the oil leakage and remarks, "Where's Todd when you need him?" Claire turns to Techno. Where's Todd when you need him? Read this line next.
Claire turns to Techno.
No. LBPs. I mean LBPs. Walt takes note of the oil leakage and remarks, "Where's Todd when you need him?"
Todd appears and shoots a nearby child before vanishing.
Claire turns to Techno. Wait a minute, I have a radical... I forgot the accent again. Wait a minute, I have a radical idea, she says. You have potions on you, Light? Techno nods. Some of them are speed potions, Light. She continues. I think I know what you're getting at, Techno nods, before tossing Danny a bunch of speed potions. Och, that's a damn great idea, Danny exclaims. My wife say get gears turning in her head. He then starts loading the bus tank with speed potions to replace the oil. Somehow this actually works. The bus starts traveling way faster than it was before, lengthening the distance between the pursuing carcasses. We're almost at the hills, Claire shouts as the hills appear. Just over them and then we reach the front line. The bus starts to climb the hill, but then gets stuck on the rough terrain. Oh shit, Techno says. Don't worry, and tosses down jump boost potions. Danny then adds them to the tank, and the bus somehow uses its springs to start hopping up the hill.
Like Fucker says, gotta love suspension.
Techno makes sure to hold on tight to the bus as it moves so erratically. Finally, the bus reaches the top of the hill. However, the gang catches sight of someone they didn't expect to see. Or rather, someone.
Ligvold steps down from a nearby rock. He sports cybernetic limbs after being blown apart in the reactor explosion. His love for the Gore Slurper reignited. He stands against Techno and Co.
It can I be? Danny remarks in shock. Yeah, tell to me he was dead. So were you, Techno points out.
His reforged war cleaver, now fitted with a chainsaw mechanism, rails deeply.
There's only one explanation. Oh, sorry, that's Techno. There's only one explanation. LBW must have used that machine to bring him back. But didn't he learn the error of his ways?
As it turns out, the United States defunded public education years prior. Ligvold never learns.
The writers are morally obligated to clarify that the previous statement was a joke, causing ratings to go down.
The ratings turn to bath salts to cope. A monetary black hole forms directly on top of the ratings.
Ligvold steps toward the gang. That's your line. My bad.
Ligvold steps towards the gang menacingly.
Claire tries her best to drive around him.
And the gang very quickly runs into a checkpoint made entirely of carcasses. They put road spikes in front of the bus. The screeching of tires can be heard in the distance. The gang fears that Ligvold's bringing reinforcements. The carcasses grab onto the bus and stab stakes into the ground to halt the bus.
Well, there was any usefulness this thing had, Walt remarks.
The speed potions grow legs and run out of the bus. The bus then spontaneously catches on fire.
Danny starts scrambling, trying to recover as much of his and Claire's personal belongings as he can.
The engine block explodes.
Thankfully, Techno manages to put a lot of it in his inventory before it's too late. Everyone out, he orders. The crew exits the vehicle just as it gets swooped up in a massive typhoon.
Walter spots several armored vehicles in the distance, all piloted by sharks.
On the bright side, this does create a very cool-looking flame spiral in the sky.
Priorities.
True.
The carcasses form a perimeter around the gang and Ligvold. As the lone sharks draw near, the typhoon picks up large quantities of debt and starts flinging it everywhere. Several people are hit by debts.
Danny steps forth, facing down Ligvold.
Ligvold chuckles. We meet again.
After lie this time, we catch up with again. I was told you learn from your mistakes. What happened? Is this PRA?
The lone sharks set up a blockade and ready their forces. Ligvold scoffs, sounding more like a snarl with his carcass accent.
Techno glances between both of the enemy blockades, brandishing his sword.
Mistakes. You are the one mistaken here, Daniel.
Ah, doubt it, Danny replies.
I see death has not changed you.
Danny readies his sonic bagpipe.
Ligvold
Oh god.
revs his chain cleaver. The lone sharks prepare their artillery. The flame spire readies something of value. I don't know.
The writers don't even know.
The writers don't know yet.
Nay, Pierre, Danny confirms. On the other hand, joist copperlung. Even when you are completely insane, twice, aye. But this doesn't copulate at all.
Lickfold scoffs again and says, "Is that so? What is it you believe has changed?"
I didn't wanna fight ye, Lickfold. If you are in there, you didn't have to do this, nay anymore.
I do not do what I do because I'm forced to. I do it because I want to.
Then I will do what I must, Danny says, using the sonic bagpipe to knock back Lickfold a little bit.
The Lone Sharks start bombarding Lickfold's forces and Techno and Co. with artillery fire.
Techno glances to his newfound allies. Prepare for anything.
Lickfold snarls and charges Danny, revving his chain cleaver.
Of course, the Lone Shark bombardment begins right after he says this.
None of the shells impact near Lickfold or Danny.
Techno springs into action immediately, firing fireworks at the shell to blow them up prematurely. He then huddles the entire group bar Danny into a tight circle and uses a splash potion of speed and jump boost on everyone. This allows them to more easily dodge the projectiles. Walt begins running around and laughs a little.
A second wave of shark vehicles draws near the Lone Shark blockades.
Well, I guess I'm the most active cancer patient out there now, Walt says. Techno turns to him and says, do ex-cancer patients count? Because you'd be second if so. I doubt your arrogance would allow you to admit it, though. Walt chuckles. Probably not. He says this as he shoots an incoming carcass. Of course, this isn't enough to kill it. Instead, Walt uses the bullets as a distraction as he prepares a particular chemical compound. Oh, sorry, chemical compound. Me being on Carcass Land's side and all during the last war allowed me to gain some knowledge about Carcassite chemical composition. About time I put it to the test. At that, he throws the compound at the carcass, causing an explosion that not only wipes out that particular carcass, but several others in a chain reaction. The explosion even goes so far as to knock a couple shark vehicles out of the sky at the same time.
As the shark vehicles were traveling by ground instead of by air, it doesn't really affect them too much.
The explosion ends up damaging some shark vehicles, but not that many, and none that significantly. Meanwhile, Techno is leaping through the air and running across the ground, wiping out various enemies with the Orphan Obliterator. Danny is locked in combat with Lickfold, but he's not having much luck because Lickfold seems to be even stronger than he used to be. Oh god.
Oh dear. The second wave of sharks arrives and resupplies the first wave, who continue raining hell upon the battlefield. You know, I would love to see someone actually try to power scale all the characters we have in this
amazing
stupid ass. Yeah, you know, because you think Lickfold's bad.
The fucking Reddit forums are gonna go crazy on this.
Yeah, I can imagine. Lickfold sucks Danny in the face, causing him to go airborne for a second and land on his back. Danny gets up and rolls out of the way of an incoming shell.
Claire walks it up to him from behind and whacks Lickfold in the head with a bottle of whiskey, distracting him just enough for Danny to get back to his feet and swing the antique sword he took from the garage of his house at his opponent. That is actually an insane feat from Claire.
Damn.
This is her only feat besides being Scottish.
The Lone Sharks start using an advanced war technique known as winning in order to get an upper hand. The battle starts shifting in their favor.
An advanced war technique? Yep. Advanced wars?
So, holy fucking shit, dude. Lickfold swings his cleaver down, pinning the sword to the ground and kicks Danny in the jaw.
Techno turns to Murder Fist and Plague Fucker. Guys, I need some support here. The Lone Sharks figured out the winning tactic.
The winning tactic. Murder Fist and Plague Fucker employ the counter-winning tactic. The battle shifts out of the Sharks' favor. It's anyone's games now.
Eventually, the two tactics balance each other out and the battle becomes undetermined. Techno comes up with an idea. I just need you to distract everyone long enough to buy me a few moments. I can get us all out of here given enough time.
The loan sharks start lengthening the blockades. A third wave of vehicles arrives.
Fortunately, a distraction does arrive as the Scottish military, having picked up on what's going on just now, begins sending in fighter planes to shoot at the loan shark blockade from above. This forces the loan sharks to take some focus off of shelling the gang.
The loan shark anti-air wave starts picking them off.
The
Scottish military then employed ground attack aircraft instead of air superiority aircrafts.
Tom Cruise, who is method acting for a third Top Gun movie, is flying his own plane in the middle of the Scottish military and taking down enemies left, right, and center, I guess. At one point, he tries to get a perfect shot on Lickfold himself.
Skargle himself appears and punches through the plane exterior, grabs Tom Cruise, and starts beating the shit out of him.
The projectiles just barely misses Lickfold, knocking him, Danny, and Claire off their feet.
Alright, guys, we have an official answer. Skargle beats Tom Cruise in power scaling.
Insane.
Lickfold regains himself and attempts to kill Danny while he's down. Danny tries to recover, only to get launched by a shell impact with the ground.
Tom Cruise distracts Skargle by showing him a bunch of Scientology propaganda just long enough to hop back in his plane and speed off into the distance. The Scottish military didn't even plan for him to be here. He just joined in for the sake of method acting, and he's gone as soon as he arrived.
Oh, fuck. The sharks build pipe runners to deal with the aircrafts.
Claire takes out a gun and shoots at Lickfold to distract him from going after Danny.
Skargle uses his dead tractor beam he can fire out of his hand to try to repossess Claire.
Oh, yeah. I feel like it's been established that this only really works on weaker people, like drastically weaker people, or on when they're unconscious. Claire does a side flip, dodging both the tractor beam and the bullet at the same time. Somehow the bullet ends up being sucked up by the tractor beam and hits Skargle's hand. This doesn't exactly mortally injure him, but it does piss him off.
Lickfold's armor protects him and he fires a gun of his own at Claire. Skargle grabs a nearby buzzsaw and uses his tractor beam to chase Claire around with it.
Danny uses his sonic bagpipe to knock Skargle back and then engages Lickfold in battle again, swinging his sword with the utmost determination. Techno takes out the obsidian in his inventory and instructs Murderfist and Plaguefucker to do their best to deflect the loan shark attacks while he builds.
Several artillery start focus firing Plaguefucker and Murderfist. The blockade continues to widen.
One second.
Yeah.
Counterattacks from Scottish forces only do so much to take focus away from the gang.
Murderfist charges towards the artillery. Several dozen sharks with machine guns are ready to greet him.
As Murderfist distracts them as best he can, Techno starts building a nether portal.
He slide cancels, coming up within sword range of the closest shark and decapitates it.
Referring to Murderfist, I believe.
The other sharks in the vicinity quickly force Murderfist to pull back.
Danny and Claire work together to keep Lickfold occupied. Remember when they alone could do that? With the two of them taking turns to attack him strategically. They both know that only one of them would not be able to take him on alone, especially not in this state.
Lickfold tries to keep Claire at bay with his gun while engaging Danny in melee at the same time. By this point, the Lone Shark blockade has pretty much encircled the gang for the most part.
Techno finally finishes the portal and lights it. Everyone in now! Walt jumps in first, vanishing through the portal.
Murderfist disembowels the shark and sprints for the portal. The Lone Sharks realize what's going on and attack the portal with artillery fire.
Techno uses the full extent of his skills to defend the portal from the bombardment.
Murderfist jumps into the portal, followed by Plaguefucker.
Demo Man TF2's drunk, unconscious body is shoved inside as well, because that's been here this whole time.
Every shark artillery targets the portal.
I can't hold them off forever, Techno shouts. Danny, Claire, get in now. Danny nods and uses the sonic bagpipe a third time to knock back Lickfold as he dashes for the portal alongside Claire.
Several sharks with machine guns climb over the blockade and charge at the portal while also firing at Techno.
Danny gives Lickfold one last look before entering the portal, followed by his wife. Techno is using an enchanted shield in his offhand to defend himself from the constant bombardment, but it's losing durability fast.
Sharks start closing in on the portal.
With no one else left, he whips out a water bucket and tosses it in the air right before entering the portal. The water bucket spins through the air and lands back on the portal's base, swiftly deactivating it right in time before the loan sharks reach it. Conveniently, no one has a flint and steel.
Yeah. Skarkle stares at the portal for a moment before ordering the sharks to go after the carcasses. Lickfold immediately charges Skarkle. Skarkle covers himself in a 3-foot in diameter holy water bubble.
Oh
Lickfold's
god!
blood pressure heats him up to over 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and thus he's able to simply walk through the holy water. Skarkle starts slapping the shit out of Lickfold. Lickfold begins punching Skarkle. The artillery focus fire the carcasses. The carcasses bring their own artillery and start shelling the sharks. Skarkle and Lickfold start to sumo wrestle. Another storm starts to kick up. The lone sharks repossess the remaining aircrafts. As Lickfold is now behind enemy lines, he is surrounded by numerous sharks with machine guns. Skarkle hits F3 and jots down the coordinates of the portal before increasing the intensity of the storm, having it pick up several chunks of land. As the storm is centered around the part the lone sharks are surrounding, the many carcasses are taken out from a combination of the storm and the constant artillery fire from all angles. The goreworms begin showing up to assist. Lickfold grabs Skarkle by the neck and begins repeatedly chokeslamming him. The sharks surrounding Lickfold start firing at him. However, their bullets are deflected by Lickfold's armor. Skarkle bites Lickfold's arm and starts trying to tear it off. Lickfold stomps on Skarkle's tail. As Skarkle is just a humanoid aside from his head, this leads to somewhere in the ballpark of 3 terabytes of Dreamstand fan art of Lickfold stomping on Skarkle's ass, much to their dismay. What the fuck? Oh, wait, hang it. Was somewhere 3 terabytes of Dreamstand fan art of Lickfold stomping on Skarkle's ass. Oh, God. Lickfold tries to break Skarkle's knees. Skarkle chomps down real tight on Lickfold's face and starts thrashing around. Lickfold slams his head and, by extension, Skarkles into a nearby rock, shattering the rock with force. The central carcass forces are more or less wiped out at this point, leaving the sharks to deal with the goreworms. The goreworms prove to be much more difficult to kill than the carcasses. The typhoon in the center of the blockade circle subsides only for another one to immediately form outside the circle. Skarkle lets go of Lickfold's head and quickly rises to his feet. Lickfold uses the opportunity to throw a haymaker straight into Skarkle's face. Skarkle grabs Lickfold's arm and slams him into the ground. Lickfold grabs Skarkle's legs and chucks him into the ground. Skarkle starts stamping out Lickfold's neck. Lickfold grabs Skarkle by the torso and starts shaking him like a rag doll. Skarkle grabs Lickfold while being shaken, shaking Lickfold as well. Lickfold remembers he has a chainsaw cleaver in his hand for some reason, I guess he just forgot, and decides to swing it at Skarkle. Skarkle quickly pulls out a copy of the Quran and uses it as a shield against the cleaver. The sheer metalness of Lickfold's weapons overwhelms the light of Allah. However, the cleaver is smited into oblivion by Allah immediately after. The Gore Slurper engages in a fist fight with Allah. Allah easily breaks the Gore Slurper and tells it. They are then sent back down to Earth. The Gore
Epic
Slurper
Islam win.
Skarkle, estimating that the carcasses have taken a considerable amount of casualties compared to the sharks and that diminishing funds from keeping his troops around are just now starting to kick in, orders the destruction of the barricades and retreats all of his troops.
I love how the Gore Slurper is just explicitly shown to be vastly weaker than Allah in power scaling.
Yeah. He hasn't quite done
Which says a lot about that one Slurperine from way later.
That's true. He has a bit of a dent in his enemy's forces. While Skarkle is distracted with estimating, Lickfold grabs him by the neck and begins bashing him with a rock. Skarkle grabs his neck and squeezes as hard as he can while throttling Lickfold. Lickfold headbutts Skarkle. The sharks bash Lickfold with their guns to get him to let go. Oh, fuck. Lickfold begins blowing him down with his own gun. As shark skin is very tough.
Oh my god, there's so much.
As shark skin is very tough, this only leads to minor injuries before they escape in their vehicles. Fun fact, I think that only applies to whale sharks. Skarkle asks why they didn't just with him if they thought it would work. Lidfold ignores Skarkle and continues beating the shit out of him. Skarkle launches him back with his hand tractor beam before escaping in his tank. Lidfold turns and walks away. Not wanting to overextend, Skarkle continues his campaign to hunt for Technoblade, wherever he may be.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna read the next bit for you.
Okay.
Muscovy and Volgograd, two nations woefully unprepared for the new surge of carcasses, find themselves pinned in between a rock and a hard place. As they fortify the Gore Slurperists in Siberia, Lenin provokes some more revolutions within their territory and continues his advance alongside Intermarium. Revolutions are hard to start in a nation where everyone's brain is hardwired to follow exact tenets, which is apparently the case in... Oh yeah, I guess the Gore Slurperists in Siberia. Anton Anisenko, dictator of Muscovy, ends up being assassinated. The nation collapses before the NGP can find a replacement. Sightings begin floating around of 9-foot-tall, heavily armored carcasses fighting on the front lines, though not mutated enough to be carcassites. Shortly thereafter, the junta of Volgograd lays down its arms and allows itself to be occupied by GPC forces because its top generals have more faith in the GPC to protect them than their own army. Lenin ends up uniting Western Russia into a single state called the Russian Socialist Republic. The NGP is now panicked as all their allies in Russia are gone. The Gore Slurperist states begin to unite. Meanwhile, Sean Marshall looks out from the White House at Washington, D.C. Carcassite vultures soar through the skies, and gunfire is consuming the city of as Stellafolian forces try to hold them off. Sean Marshall, Sean's father, walks up behind him. Gore crows also streak through the skies. "You see, my son, I warned you not to go through with your plan. You broke apart the world and destroyed the unity we once had. This is what you get for putting your own nation above all the others. What did you think you would gain? Did you truly think you alone could survive this harsh world? You're just as much a naive fool as your brother." Sean whirls around, furious. "Do not compare me to Sean, Sean." Sean simply shrugs and walks off with one last disappointed look. Meanwhile, the German front line begins to completely collapse as Carcassite forces and gore worms work together to overwhelm all the defenses. Some of the previously cited big carcasses are seen. Erwin Kruckenberg is carried to Berlin by carcasses on a massive, extravagant chariot. He oversees the slaughter of the serving chancellor, president, and parliament before sitting atop his new throne. He is personally greeted by Lickfold, who seems to have somehow grown larger. Somehow. After this meeting, Erwin is granted the title Kaiser Kruckenberg and dominion over vast swaths of Europe as a reward for his loyalty and cooperation. Carcass vexillologists hold a conference to decide on a sigil for Erwin's new domain. Erwin suggests the iron cross with a skull on top of it. The vexillologists pull up a computer design of the logo. He is pleased. His domain in particular is named Carcassia. The contemporary German government completely collapses and the fight is taken up by the remnants of the army. The carcasses begin to mop up the remnants via rounding them up and blasting them with artillery. Eventually, all of Germany falls, and the carcasses spill over into Italy and Intermarium. Most of Intermarium's forces were used up on Russia, so they're unprepared. A specialized Carcassian regiment is formed. A man named Johannes Karkastaffel is put in charge of this regiment. The Krieg Corps, totally not a reference to the Death Corps of Krieg, is deployed to assist in Italy. Italy is able to halt the invaders for now due to the Alps slowing them down. New France is still holding out alright, since keeping it around has benefited the new French economy. The new French economy, I suppose. In fact, the original land of France has almost been rebuilt, but is still perpetually on fire, though the Kralls solved this problem by shitting on the fire, somehow. Would it actually work?
Don't fucking know.
Fair enough. The Krieg Corps used the revolutionary tactic of going to Italy by water and skipping the Alps altogether. They then remembered just a little bit too late that the fact that the sea is currently infested with eldritch abominations. Fortunately, the abominations are mostly on their side, as they're both gore slurperist. Some of the eldritch abominations watch by and eat popcorn as the naval battle is too intense for them to interfere. Or they eat gorecorn if they're gore slurperists. At the same time, Iberia engages the Italian Navy in a strategic battle for control of the Mediterranean. The African Union's navy joins in to help Italy. In the end, the Iberian Navy ends up being defeated. Juan Carlos Navarra is furious. The Spanish people don't take the news of this defeat very calmly. As paranoia continues to grow, violence and instability breaks out.
I call it good here. I kind of gotta go, actually.
I think we're almost good. I might be able to wrap up the entirety of the ending by myself if you go here.
Yeah, alright.
If you have to go right now, see ya, but thanks for being here.
Yeah, it was a blast being here. I'll just, but like, I have to go right now, but like, again, it's always fun to do these with you, you know?
I'm just gonna go through like the rest of the map changes and then conclude with the new status quo, I think. See ya. Peace. Japan, which is still under pressure from China, Korea, and the Crows all at once, also starts descending into madness. The NGP nations are starting to lose their grip very quickly. Sean Marshall fears it won't be long before they go down the same way as Russia. Erwin Kruckenberg is gifted carcass armor. It smells like shit. This is a result of it being fresh out of the packaging, and exposure to the elements eventually gets rid of the smell. It now smells like piss instead. Thousands of slaves are sacrificed to drench the armor in blood, which eventually makes it smell like blood. The British Empire starts naval invading Benelux from one side while it's being raided by carcasses from the other side, causing it to capitulate in days. The president of Benelux becomes the latest victim of knife crime. The carcasses then begin fighting the Brits over who gets Benelux. The Brits attempt to scare off the carcasses with their awful breath. The carcasses have even worse breath. The Brits ask King Knives what they should do. King Knives supplies the British with baked beans. They hurl the baked beans at the carcasses. The carcasses are invigorated by the beans, as they're much more nutritious than week-old corpses. The Brits exclaim, "Oh," before being slaughtered. Benelux falls to the carcasses. The carcasses begin to assault the Russian Socialist Republic from three sides. King Knives calls the Brits dumbasses. The Brits remind King Knives that he is also, in fact, a Brit. Massive tank factories are constructed in Carcassia. Most slave labor there is directed to the factories. Erwin ensured that the engineers do not repeat the mistake of the Nazis and has them focus on transmission and not just armor. A new super heavy tank design is brought to Erwin with the revolutionary addition of wide tracks to better distribute weight. He gives it the green light. The first prototype is brought in for testing a few weeks later. It is explained that the design is modular, allowing different pieces to be used in different scenarios. It is also, in typical German fashion, ridiculously over-engineered, with failsafes for just about anything imaginable. The previously unexpected Inquisition manifests through the floor, only for the anti-Spanish Inquisition bombs to get deployed, I guess, whatever that means. Uruguay is renamed to Uruguay, I suppose, randomly. One of the AUL script editors, Jimmy McCoward, who is part of Poseidon's new gang working on the story independently, rats everyone out to Interpol. Interpol promptly raids the van everyone is in and arrests most of the writers, although LBP manages to flee. Poseidon takes a plea deal and promises to help convict LBP upon his arrest, under the condition that he and the others can continue to write AUL from within prison while awaiting trial. The plea deal is accepted. Somehow LBP is able to will his portions of the story into existence from afar. He begins conducting raids on Interpol stations. Meanwhile, the Gore Slurper itself begins directly assuming control of the Imperium of Gore. Riots break out across the world as the downfall of civilization seems to become imminent. Millions perish as the Gore Slurperist legions continue to push across Europe. The British Isles are hit particularly hard by carcass raids. Knives Jimmy is declared incompetent and unfit to rule as King of Britain, causing a mob of Englishmen to drag him out of the royal palace and stab him to death. Juan Carlos Navarra sends Iberian troops to move in and secure direct control over England. The rest of the NGP follows suit. Despite their best efforts, however, pandemonium endures as people simply begin stabbing each other in the streets. Wyatt Malsh arms himself and hides inside the BBC headquarters as the situation only continues to get worse. Gore Slurperist attacks begin to get more and more organized, increasing their effect. Meanwhile, in space, John Ohio looks down at the Earth below and notices that there's a lot of commotion going down in England. He orders A3805 to surround Ohio 3 and a ball of ice is planned. It's time for a grand return. Oh my god, how much more is there gonna be? In a brief moment of unity, thousands of Englishmen work together to construct a giant football. I have to do the whole thing by myself. Oh god. And then kick it into space in an effort to stop Ohio 3. While this is going on, Skarkle manages to pull Uranus close to Earth. The giant football freezes up in the vacuum of space and starts orbiting the Earth as the new moon. The Englishmen realize their plans have failed. Many use domestic abuse as a coping mechanism. Fucking hell. Skarkle sends a loan shark squad to Uranus to set up camp there. For shits and giggles, Ohio 3 throws the giant football at Uranus. The ice ball is then finished and Ohio 3 re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. The sharks set up a football game just in time to catch the football. Every news network on the planet is going crazy reporting on all these recent events. The sharks win the football match and are awarded a giant trophy that now orbits Uranus as a moon. One reporter famously and iconically exclaims, "This just in. I think we're done for." He is then torn apart by a carcass. The sharks manage to use the giant trophy as a satellite. The news network is unable to cut the broadcast before this gruesome murder plays out on screen. Thousands are traumatized. George Corpse Grinder Fisher, singer of Cannibal Corpse, writes a song about it. As the clip goes viral, that number turns to millions. Anti-Gore Slurperist sentiment grows somehow even larger than it already was. This is only possible because a few Gore Slurperists abandon the cause. They promptly suffer from severe withdrawal due to no longer having access to the popular Gore Slurperist drug known simply as corn. The NGP uses the increase of anti-Gore Slurperism to rally more people behind their cause. This further weakens the GPC. The Baltic and Black Seas start to turn red with blood. The Black Sea is promptly sued for false advertising once the red becomes noticeable. It's also sued for copyright infringement by the Red Sea. As it turns out, the Black Sea installed a texture pack. A canal is built to connect the Black and Red Seas, ending the lawsuit. The Dead Sea is filled with corpses. The Sharks, having successfully won a football match, suddenly turn British. This immediately removes their capability to do anything except make fun of Americans. Skarkle adjusts the British knob on each shark so that they are now 0% British. Ohio 3 lands in the Atlantic Ocean just off the north coast of the British Isles and causes a huge tidal wave. Several submarines take advantage of the tidal wave and sneak attack several landlocked countries. The tidal wave ends up smashing the windows of the BBC headquarters, and Wyatt Malsh runs for his life as water floods all the rooms around him. Carcasses are indecisive about whether or not to attack Ohio 3, as they used to be allied to Ohio 2. Skarkle dresses up as an Ohioan and appears on live TV to tell Carcassland to eat ass. As carcasses regularly practice cannibalism, they already do this. Then Skarkle changes his mind and tells them to stop eating ass. The real John Ohio then appears on live TV and apologizes, claiming that he was possessed by the ghost that makes you tell people to stop eating ass. The ghost that tells people to stop eating ass reveals itself and possesses the TV, making it tell everyone to stop eating ass. People in the process of eating ass are torn in half as their intestines turn into bobbit worms and eat their way out. Additionally, this message interrupts vital public safety instructions in multiple countries. Speaking of bobbit worms, the ones running the rave shoot their rave stations into low orbit, sometimes airdropping teleporters into random countries so people can still join the rave. Awesome. John, Ohio makes a strategic decision to ally Ohio 3 with the carcasses for now to avoid conflict. Intermarium's economy begins plummeting as a direct result of the rave worms leaving. This leads to many soldiers losing their paychecks and deserting. A GPC summit is held in Beijing to determine a plan to effectively respond to the current situation. A global state of emergency is declared, and martial law is declared in every remaining GPC nation. Troops and robots patrol the streets anywhere that hasn't yet been overrun by carcasses or rioters. 1598 leads an army of ice golems into England, intending on taking advantage of the ongoing chaos to claim at least some of the country for Ohio 3. Carcasses are seen with cybernetic enhancements. Additionally, many nations begin sending emigrants into space and building underground bunkers. Some rockets are intercepted, but others survive. Others simultaneously survive and don't survive. They become Schrodinger's rockets. At least until they're observed. The Goreworm's battle shrine is upgraded to an 8-legged castle fitted with as much weaponry as they can fit on it. I need a break for a second. Fucking hell. Okay. Jesus Christ. Skarkle manages to occupy pretty much all of Uranus. Oh no, I read too far ahead. Despite their temporary boosts of popularity, the NGP are starting to decline again as their nations become more and more unstable. Japan and Iberia, under constant pressure from carcass attacks in the GPC, are nearing the verge of collapse. Skarkle manages to occupy pretty much all of Uranus. The Japanese crows start aggressively flexing out the Japanese soldiers to demoralize them. I think outflexing is actually the correct term here. Due to a general lack of any substantial resistance, Ohio 3 has successfully taken most of England already. Sean Marshall calls for another conference with his allies, Juan Carlos Navarra and Yoshikuni Sozen, so they can work this out. Both of them just continuously rant about how bad their situations are. Navarra is still coping because of his major naval loss to the Italian and African fleets. He grows out his hair to his 80s glam metal levels and begins windmilling to cope. At some point, Marshall starts shouting at both of them, telling them to shut the fuck up. Listen here. You know why you've had this much success so far? Because of me. Because of my nation's support. My robots, my wealth, my expertise. But now you've demonstrated that even I can't save you. You're not worth keeping around. Sweden starts eating Sean's robots, wealth, and expertise for breakfast. The writers start beating Sweden with a baton so that the cool monologue isn't ruined, and they also remind it that it's supposed to be part of Ohio 3 now. Then Sweden points out that this only happened to its clone from the future. You know what, Sean declares? Maybe if I can't keep you afloat, I'll just sink you myself. It's time for Stellafolium to assume total control of this alliance. The other two stare at him slack-jawed. At the mention of the word sink, several submarines barge through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style. Fuck you! Let me monologue! The submarines sink every part of the meeting room but the parts where everyone's sitting. Sean somehow strangles one of the submarines to death, scaring the others away for now. The submarine corpse turns into more submarines, which are scared and leave. Sean then turns back to the other NGP leaders. You do realize that in all your nationalist craze, you forgot to make one crucial industry your own. Robotics. Most of the robots in your countries right now, serving alongside your soldiers, they're mine. It would be a shame if someone... Sean starts pressing various buttons. Then he smirks. Turn them against you. Navarra and Sozen start yelling out of anger and fear, but Sean ends the conference. Navarra begins windmilling so hard he is propelled out of his room, somehow. Iberian and Japanese soldiers are completely unprepared as the Stellafolian robots and their countries turn on them and begin occupying the countries from within. England has now been assimilated into Ohio 3. John Ohio turns his sights on Ireland. Iberia and Japan are forced to withdraw all their troops from England, leaving Ohio 3 with absolutely no resistance. Upon hearing that Ohio 3 is on its way to Ireland, General Freddie Fazbear releases a public statement claiming that he and his soldiers will defend their land to suicidal extents, which isn't great. That's concerning. Freddie Fazbear supplies Freddie Fazbear with pizza to keep morale high. A gift arrives for Freddie in the mail from John Ohio. It's a noose. It even comes with a nice card with a picture of low-tier God on it. Skarkle starts having giant anchors and ropes constructed. Holy fuck, I can't believe this is still going on. What the fuck? Holy fuck, I can't believe it. Freddie sends it right back to John Ohio with a note attached saying, "No you." He included his Uno reverse card. Unable to argue with this logic, John Ohio attempts to hang himself, only to accidentally break the noose with his beefy neck. 3805 tells John Ohio that his life is worth living because without him, nobody will be able to troll the world nearly as much. His determination renewed by this pep talk, John Ohio sends Freddie a scathing 1-star review of his dumbass pizzeria. Attached is a custom Uno card that says, "Let me have Ireland or draw 25. Freddie sends John Ohio a +5. John Ohio realizes to his horror that stacking is enabled. General Fazbear chimes in by explaining to John Ohio that it's the other Freddie Fazbear who owns the pizzeria. John Ohio curses the damn postal system for sending his message to the wrong Freddie before sending back another custom card that acts as a +2, but also cannot be stacked off of. General Fazbear responds by using his ultimate weapon, the card that makes you instantly win any Uno game. The card rebels and begins beating the shit out of Mr. Fazbear, not even an established Fazbear. John Ohio then uses the Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards and ends up assembling the Unstoppable Exodia. General Fazbear manages to shoot the card to death after regaining his footing and then uses a backup plan. He releases a public statement roasting John Ohio, saying, "He's just Senator Armstrong if his identity was intrinsically tied to the worst U.S. state of all time." Freddie Fazbear forces a Juniper card upon John Ohio, forcing him to discard his Exodia cards in favor of 7 random cards that don't synergize. Thankfully, one of these 7 random cards is his Ouroboros that he has abused the shit out of to get 2,763 attack and health. This doesn't need to synergize because it's already OP on its own. Freddie Fazbear puts down an Izurak in front of the Ouroboros, completely preventing it from doing anything. While Freddie Fazbear buys him time, Freddie Fazbear starts preparing his troops for Ohio 3's arrival. John Ohio spends 4 brains on a rocket science card to destroy the Izurak, or whatever the fuck that is. Freddie Fazbear puts down a giant a great zucchini. This turns the Ouroboros into a measly imp. It's at this point that Freddie Fazbear realizes it's St. Patrick's Day. He gets an idea. He gathers all his troops and they begin chanting, calling upon an unprecedented amount of ancient leprechaun magic. Freddie Fazbear requests that Freddie Fazbear join in as well. Freddie Fazbear joins in. You can't technically chant, but the creepy animatronic noises still work. Realizing that the Go Fish match has been cut short, John Ohio angrily throws away his royal straight flush and prepares for whatever bullshit Freddy's about to pull. Freddie Fazbear puts away his Black Mist card and reshuffles his deck preemptively. The ice golems look up to see that the sun is shining particularly bright at the moment. Clouds are moving away at unnatural speed to make way for the light rays. Water then begins to move upwards into spirals, combining with the light to form rainbows. These rainbows start shooting all over the place surrounding Ohio 3 and forming into a massive net.
Don't
John Ohio
look behind you.
Exclaims. Pride Month already? 3805, upon noticing the rainbows, misreads the situation and comes out as asexual. John Ohio is entirely supportive and congratulates 3805 on coming out of the closet. A man gets dick paralysis and cannot move around his dick, I guess. Gamma is clubbed for making yet another vague, random remark with no relevance to anything that's going on. A plethora of other ice golems follow suit and come out as asexual following 3805's footsteps. Matt Walsh self-destructs from pure rage. it quickly becomes apparent that the ice golems are mostly just asexual by default. The prison holding all the AUL writers confiscates all of Gamma's privileges and moves him to solitary confinement. Meanwhile, the rainbow net tightens around Ohio 3, slowing it down more and more. The pots of gold on the end of the rainbows begin weighing down the country at the same time. They end up serving as anchors, restricting Ohio 3 from traveling any further. Soon enough, the rainbow net has encased the entirety of Ohio 3 and temporarily stopped it in its tracks. Sweden shows up and starts aggressively Fortnite dancing at Ohio 3. Meanwhile, Iberia and Japan fall to the Stellafolian robots. Stellafolium, not to be confused with Stelladonium, I guess, annexes both countries and their occupied territories. The carcasses rampage across the now unprotected Baltics and Poland. Johannes Karkestoffer and his forces join in. Intermarium's troops flood the Baltics and Poland in a desperate attempt to defend their land at all costs. I mean, they fled to the Baltics and Poland. They neglected to remember that Siberia, owned by the Carcasses, is right next to them. Carcasses also begin pouring in from Siberia. They have to go through the Russian Socialist Republic, which is unfortunately possible, as Lenin is focusing most of his forces on defending their capital. A few goreworms and zombie Aztecs everyone forgot about go with them. Poland falls to the Gore Slurperists, and Intermaria moves its capital to Kiev. The battle shrine begins moving towards the Baltics. Wyatt Malsh, who just barely managed to escape England before its assimilation into Ohio 3, is now on the run, spamming out BBC articles by himself. Meanwhile, in Carcassland, 8341 has been imprisoned and is being used to study ice golem physiology. They find nothing useful as it's just animated ice. Without England to fight, Scotland and Wales send volunteer forces to defend Ireland. Okay, you know what? There's actually too much, and I'm getting really tired of reading everything out aloud. So, I think I'm just going to call it here, and we're going to just make a different cutoff point. So I'm just going to restart where we were before with A, I think. After the beginning of the fucking Rise of Slurperia arc, or Rise of the Imperium of Gore arc, I guess, whatever. I just can't do this anymore. It's not happening. I'm done, man. So count my reading of all of this as just being unhinged ramblings, I guess. We're going to restart at the beginning of this arc, because I cannot handle this. I'm done. I don't know if I'll have enough time anyway, so it's kind of pointless. I'm gonna change the title real quick. I am so tired. I am so fucking tired, man. Oh, God. My throat hurts. Oh, God. Fuck me. One thing I really want to talk about before we end the stream, I do believe I auto-set the Palestine Children's Relief fundraiser to, I believe I auto-set that to expire sometime around June. I was always planning to start up another fundraiser, but because a lot of, like, big YouTubers like Curtis Connor, Jarvis Johnson, Chad, some others, and, I mean, Hassan as well, they all came together and they set up a Creators for Palestine fund that I think I will just be directing everyone to from now on. So once this fundraiser that I set up myself kind of expires, it's also called Creators for Palestine, interestingly enough, even though the other one is called that now. I'm just going to redirect everyone to that once this one expires, because I feel like that's more of a coordinated effort. Now, I understand that I don't have a lot of viewers and not everyone can pay money. To my knowledge, the best way to help Palestinians at the moment that does not involve like direct donations to anything would be the site Arab.org, which has a page for the Palestinians, and you can basically click and it generates revenue, as far as I'm aware, for UNRWA, which is the UN agency that is currently providing aid to Palestinians in Gaza at the moment. That's just what I wanted to talk about before we ended the stream for good. I was going to talk about that no matter what at the end. So, here we go. And I hope you enjoyed my delusional rambling at the end. Pardon me for using that word. It's not really appropriate. It's just kind of hard to shake that. God, I'm so tired, man. This is fucking insane. It's so bonkers. I love AUL, but man, I cannot read all that by myself. I'm restarting that with A another time, or this arc anyway. Well, with that being said, thanks everyone for watching. Goodbye. I'm gonna hold the stream open for a little bit so that it doesn't like die or something, because it cut off early, because it does do that sometimes, like a lot. So I'm just gonna do that. See you though. Mm-hmm.